네, 지금
Ladies and gentlemen, now the VIPs and distinguished guests are coming inside the hall. Please welcome them with a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome all of you to the 2024 International Copyright Technology Conference. I am Chung Jae-hee, the MC for today's conference. Today we have online audience who are joining us through YouTube channel. Thank you very much for all your participation in this conference, online and offline. This conference is hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Korea Copyright Commission, and is also organized by Korea Copyright Protection Agency. The title or theme of the conference is Copyright Protection Technology, Safeguarding Creativity in the Hyper-Connected Era of Digital Transformation. We will first of all watch the opening video clip commemorating this conference and listen to congratulatory remarks, opening remarks, and welcoming remarks. And then we will have 2024 Copyright Technology Protection Technology Awarding Ceremony with a keynote address and invited speech. Then we will begin the opening ceremony for 2024 International Copyright Technology Conference. First of all, I would like to introduce the distinguished guests who are here with us to make this conference an even more meaningful event despite their busy schedule. When I call their name, please welcome them with a big hand. We have Chung-mi, the Director General of Copyright Bureau from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. We have Kim Ji-soo, the leader of Intellectual Property Strategy Planning Group at the National Presidential Council on Intellectual Property. We have Mr. Kang Seok-won, the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. We have Mr. Park Jung-yeol, the president of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. We have Professor Won Yu-jae from Chungnam University. I would like to introduce each one of the distinguished today. However, due to time constraint, I could not do so. Please understand this. Now, let us have a look at the video clip introducing the 2024 International Copyright Technology Conference. Based on the network, not just people, but things and machines are hyper-connected. Through digital transformation, we can be connected with various technologies and industries, creating new values. However, with rapid technology innovation, we have experienced the side effects. With development of AI technologies, we have seen an increase in the litigations on the infringements on copyrights. According to the statistics data, in 2023, the rate of using illegal copies in Korea amounted to 19%. And data is abused and is learned by generative AI, infringing on the privacy rights and copyrights. In response to these issues, countries across the world have made diverse efforts, and we have made international efforts to ensure the rights of the creators and to prevent the infringements on the copyright violation. Google is running TCRP. Adobe and many other main companies across the world have formed a coalition for content piracy prevention. We have developed standardized technologies in response to these issues. With increasing amount of digital content consumption, we have recognized the importance of protecting digital content. Security companies have developed forensic marking technologies and illegal content detecting technologies so that they can lay out the foundation for a safer environment for creators. In this new era, we are seeking new paradigm to protect copyrights, and we need to ensure fair and transparent digital ecosystem. The 14th International Copyright Technology Conference in 2024 will provide you an important opportunity to share policies, technologies, and ideas about how to protect the copyrights through the use of technologies. In order to create responsible, innovative environment, we will have an in-depth discussion. In this rapid changes, Korea will open a new pioneer in the area of copyright technology and the technology to protect the copyrights. 2024 International Copyright Technology Conference will now begin. Through this conference, we can this conference gives us an important opportunity to emphasize the importance of copyright protection technologies and digital copyright management technologies. I will first invite the congratulatory speech.
Now I'm going to invite Jung Director General of Copyright Bureau at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism to the stage for her congratulatory remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good morning. I'm Mi, Director General of Copyright Bureau at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. It is my great pleasure to extend congratulations on the opening of the ICOTEC 2024, which is a key platform for exchange insights on copyright technology. First, I'd like to also congratulate on the opening and the presentation of the Copyright Technology Award. The award celebrates its 13th anniversary this year. I'd like to thank Kim Ji-soo, the Director General of the IP Strategy and Planning at Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, and other distinguished guests for their time to present the award. And your contribution to the industry has made a great support for the copyright protection in the field. I'd like to extend my sincere and heartfelt congratulations to the award winners once again. Please give them a big round of applause. Following the award ceremony, we are going to have 2024 ICOTEC. ICOTEC 2024 is a key platform for exchange insights and for sharing the latest technology. And I can proudly say that ICOTEC has been a key platform for giving us insight into the latest trend in the field. I'd like to thank all attendees at this room and those who are joining us via online for taking time from their busy schedule. I extend my special thanks to Professor Won Yu-jae for delivering today's keynote speech. And I'd like to also acknowledge Head of Service Herr Temmink who will joining us via video for their video presentation. As we navigate as an era of digital innovation where content is distributed in new and varied ways, and technologies such as artificial intelligence rapidly evolving, protecting copyright is becoming increasingly complex and vital. And it is important and essential for us to recognize the hard work of the artists and copyright holders. And technological advancement should be increasingly important in the field of arts and technical sectors. This year's conference theme is copyright protection technology, safeguarding creativity in hyper-connected era of digital transformation. In this conference, we will have a time to think about how sacred human creativity is, and we will ask numerous questions and we will have numerous answers. The Ministry of Sports, Tourism, and Culture will continue and remain committed to supporting the creativity of artists and copyright holders, and we will work hard to create an environment where they can thrive, and we will also introduce conducive policies. And I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Kang Won, Chairman of the Korea Copyright Commission, and Park Jung-yeol, President of the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, for their efforts in organizing this event. Thank you so much. The Director General highlighted the hard work of the Ministry of Culture, Tourism, and Sports, and it's a hard work to create a conducive environment.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Kang Won, the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission, for the opening address. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kang Won, chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Welcome to the 14th International Copyright Technology Conference. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Director General Jung from the Copyright Bureau of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Mr. Kim Ji-soo, the Director General from the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, and Mr. Park Jung-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency, for being here with us. I would also like to thank Professor Won Yu-jae from Chungnam University for his keynote address, and Mr. Harry Temmink from EUIPO for his invited speech. I would also like to thank all experts from home and abroad who are going to make presentations and deliver tutorial lectures. Besides them, I would like to thank all the participants online and offline for being here with us and all those who prepared for this conference. This conference is proceeded under the theme of Copyright Protection Technology, Safeguarding Creativity in the Hyper-Connected Era of Digital Transformation. In a digitally hyper-connected society where people, devices, and networks are connected, we're creating opportunities beyond the constraints of place and time. We are creating new opportunities beyond the constraints of place and time, and everything is connected in real time. This provides us with endless opportunities, but at the same time, it requires more sophisticated protection of copyrights. The global demand for music, drama, entertainment, webtoon, etc. of Korea has increased. The issue of illegal copy and distribution of copyrighted works has become more complicated. Advances in AI technology have brought about unexpected copyright issues. For example, generative AI technology has been used to create AI cover songs that mimic the voices of popular singers, and the copyright on the data used to train AI models, including ChatGPT, has been also violated, which led to an increase of copyright infringement disputes. In the context of hyper-connected digital era, we are constantly exploring and developing technological solutions for copyright protection. As you saw from the opening video, many prominent companies across the world have developed image watermark technologies. Some of them also developed technologies to prevent the copyrighted works from being abused or misused for distribution of illegal content copies. As such, many companies are doing their best to develop technologies to protect copyrights. In this regard, having a conference like this one under the theme of hyper-connected era is really timely, and it will provide us an important opportunity to draw a better future together where the creativity and technology development can be proceeded in harmony. I would like to congratulate all the winners of the awards related to the copyright protection technologies, and I would like to wish all of you good health and happiness. Thank you very much. Now we're living in the hyper-connected digital society where we have experienced new opportunities as well as challenges, and this conference will be a meaningful platform for overcoming the difficulties faced with the hyper-connected society.
Last but not least, I'm going to invite Park Jung-yeol, president of the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, for his welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. I'm Park Jung-yeol, president of the Korea Copyright Protection Agency. I'd like to congratulate you on the 14th ICOTEC, and thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for your time. I think we are living in what I believe is the most vibrant and happiest period in Korea's cultural history. K-culture has become an undeniable trend in global culture, and recently, Korean literature was recognized with a Nobel Prize, and readers can now appreciate it in its original Korean. Korean artists are leading the global pop culture, while Korean fine arts showcase the profound depths of our spirituality to the world. Korea's national status and content industry continue to thrive and gain international recognition. However, along with these successes come with the challenges we must address collectively. In our fast-paced, hyper-connected digital era, K-content is highly susceptible to piracy with unauthorized sharing across platforms worldwide, becoming increasingly common. This highlights the urgent need to establish a broader copyright protection network. Technology is a double-edged sword. While it can facilitate massive copyright infringement, it can also serve as a powerful tool for identifying, tracking, and preventing piracy. At the Korea Copyright Protection Agency, we use big data to analyze the structures of existing illegal sites, detect new ones, and respond actively to copyright infringement crimes. To support industries impacted by copyright infringement, we provide government subsidies to help them adopt technologies. We are also working with the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and Korea Creative Content Agency to develop an AI-based forensic tool for copyright protection, which we hope to implement soon. The Korea Copyright Protection Agency will remain committed to advancing our technical capabilities in copyright protection. I believe that the day is coming when the world will not only celebrate K-culture but also recognize Korea's leading role in copyright protection technology. As we confront increasingly sophisticated piracy, I hope today's event will offer a valuable opportunity to discuss the future of these technologies. I look forward to hearing insights from the field and exploring the latest trends in protection technology. Finally, I extend my congratulations to the recipients of the Copyright Technology Awards for their contribution to the field, and my gratitude to all the organizers for their hard work and dedication in making this event possible. Thank you so much. The president of KCOPA highlighted the importance of preventing copyright infringement and piracy. Please give him another big round of applause.
We have listened to all the congratulatory remarks along with opening and welcoming remarks. Now we're going to begin Copyright Technology Award ceremony. Through this awarding ceremony, we'd like to appreciate the efforts of individuals and organizations that contributed to the protection and active utilization of copyright technologies. First of all, Mr. Kim Ji-soo, a Director General from the Presidential Council for Intellectual Property, will deliver the award. Let us welcome him with a big hand to the stage. I would like to invite Professor Lee Sang-jin from Korea University to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. Award certificate Lee Sang-jin from Korea University. We give you this award certificate in recognition of your contribution to the development of copyright technologies to facilitate the protection of copyright and the use of copyright content. Congratulations. This award is given by the co-chairman of Presidential Council on Intellectual Property. Thank you very much for your contribution. We would like to take a commemorative photo. Hold up your flower and the award. And please face the camera in front of you. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Please give them a big hand. And please step down from the stage. Next, we would like to have the awarding ceremony for the award given by the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. We will invite the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency to the stage. He's going to deliver the award. And the awardee is AI Spera, a company. The CEO of this company will receive the award. Please welcome him with a big hand. So please give him a big hand. AI Spera, we give you this award in recognition of your active contribution to copyright protection and cultural industry development through your efforts to develop technologies to eliminate illegal content distribution. Park Jong-yeol, the President of Korea Copyright Protection Agency. Congratulations. He made a big contribution to eliminating illegal content distribution in the online space. And we will have commemorative photo session.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Now we're going to deliver the award by the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Mr. Kang Seok-won, the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission, will deliver the award. We will welcome him to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. The awardee is Kim Young-min, a researcher from Korea Electronics Technology Institute. Today I'm going to ask you to give them a big hand quite often. So as he received the award, please give him a big round of applause. Kim Young-min from Korea Electronics Technology Institute. We give you this award in recognition of your contribution to facilitating the use of copyrights based on your research on copyright management and distribution. Kang Seok-won, the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission. Congratulations. Based on your research on copyright management and distribution, you contributed to facilitating the use of copyrights. Please open the award and face the camera, please. Please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Please give the chairman of Korea Copyright Commission and the awardee, please step down from the stage.
예산 기구사
Next, we will have the presentation of the World Intellectual Property Organization Award on behalf of Director General Darren Tang of WIPO, Chungnam, Director General of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism will present the award. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Professor Chang Eui-jin from Seoul University, please come up to the stage. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hereby certify that Eui-jin Jang is awarded the WIPO National Award for Creativity. 2024년 11월 6일 세계 지식재산기구 사무총장 다렌 탕.
Congratulations. We would like to present a medal and a bouquet of flower, and we are going to take a commemorative photo with an award certificate. And please stand in the middle of the stage. And please look at the camera in the front. And please give us a big smile. And ladies and gentlemen, please give the award winner a big round of applause again. Lastly, we will present the Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism Award. The recipient is Professor Kim Young from Hongik University. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Director General Jung from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism will present the award. To recognize that you have made significant contributions to the advancement of copyright technology to protect and enable the use of copyright in the digital environment, the Ministry presents you this award. Congratulations. We will present the award certificate, a bouquet of flower as well. And please take a commemorative photo and please show us the award certificate so that everyone can take a look at it and take a look at the camera as well. And ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. And Director General, the presenters, and the recipients of the award, please come up to the stage and please bring your award certificates. We are going to take a group photo to celebrate this important moment. Please stand in the steps and show us your award certificates. To show the logo of the award certificates, we prepared and we tried to find the perfect spot. Now we are going to take a group photo. And photos will remind you of this important moment and will be a good memory when you look back this conference next year. The photographer is asking the presenters and the recipients of the winner to give us their best pose. And ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause to celebrate their winning. And please raise your right arm. Thank you so much. With that, I'd like to conclude the photo session. Once again, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations on the recipients of the winner. With the awards, we acknowledge their hard work. That concludes the opening ceremony. We are going to take a short break before beginning the plenary sessions. I'm going to see you in a couple of minutes in the plenary sessions. Thank you.
네, 2024 국제 저작권 기술 컨퍼런스 기조 연설
We will invite the first presenter, Professor Won Yu-jae from Chungnam University, to make a keynote address. He will make a presentation about copyright technology in the era of hyper-connected society from cybersecurity perspective. Please welcome Professor Won with a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Won Yu-jae, a professor from Chungnam University. Thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful conference. In fact, I am involved in information protection rather than in copyright protection in my career. However, in this conference about copyright technology, I was invited to talk about how to protect copyright through technologies. It was not easy for me to prepare the presentation because I am not an expert in copyright and I usually am not willing to do something or say something in a conference where I am not the expert in the area. But anyhow, I am very thankful that I was invited to this conference as the keynote speaker. Security technology can be connected with copyright technology. I'm going to explain about this. The theme of this conference is to ensure the creativity, safeguarding creativity in the hyper-connected era of digital transformation. In many cases, we are engaged in illegal content consumption without knowing the accurate knowledge about this. And for people who would like to make a justifiable legal use of content, we need to share this information. For example, copyright and security are not like in the relationship of shield and spear, but first of all, it's very important to make a free and proper distribution of copyrighted content. And some people feel that security technology is something that makes it inconvenient for us to work on, to do something or to do some activities in our life. But cybersecurity technologies or copyright protection technologies could rather help and facilitate the use of copyrighted works. I'm going to talk about copyright technology from the perspective of cybersecurity, as well as the future direction of copyright technology development from cybersecurity perspectives. The theme of this conference is super connected or hyper connected era. This is closely related to the terminology IoT. In the 1960s, when DARPA created the internet, they wanted to safely distribute the technology that stemmed from national defense technologies. So the initial internet technology was used only for sharing data and information, but with the advance of internet in the 1990s, we came to have IoT, and nowadays we have Internet of Everything, IoE. It means that human to human and human to things and things to humans, all of these aspects are connected to each other and create new values and innovations. But this is a good opportunity. However, there are some side effects or concerns because previously people were the only ones that can create contents. Nowadays, machines can also create contents. Previously, people took the responsibility and autonomy in creating and sharing content. Now we have to think about how we're going to hold machines accountable for creation of content. This is why countries are coming up with AI related laws and regulations. There has been a change in the trend of content production and consumption. According to World Economic Forum data, when do you think this announcement was made? It was in 2016. In 2016, World Economic Forum predicted that the use of mobile devices will increase further and content will be rapidly created and distributed in a faster pace. WEF in 2016 also expected that the use of SNS will increase further through interaction among people. And the increased use of SNS will contribute to the increase in the amount of content. It also predicted that the channels of content creation and distribution will increase further, diversified, and at the same time fragmented. On the right side, this is the information as of 2024. For the past 2 years, the amount of digital product transaction increased by 70%. According to McKinsey, fashion brands have spent cost for their digital products like this. In 2021, they spent $110 billion. In 2024, their digital product expenditure will increase to $135 billion. It means that digital content will have a higher value as a product. In terms of the change in the market, there are various types of content. As you see here, software or game take up the largest portion in the content market. What about the growth rate? On the right side, on the right part of the slide, you can see the revenue of digital products across the globe. Podcast revenue has increased the most. In fact, when you use SNS like Facebook, content is created and distributed through diverse channels. So this statistics shows that there has been an increase in the revenue and consumption of digital products. As a background, first of all, why has there been such an increase in the consumption and production of content? First of all, the internet penetration rate has increased. About 66% of the world population is using the internet. And mobile penetration has also increased. This has an important influence on the increase of content production and consumption. It means that people can consume and produce content anywhere, anytime. The third reason for the increase of content production and consumption is that social media users increased. They interact with each other through social media and share various content. You might have experienced this as well. Lastly, this is also a very important element. The network speed and performance have increased. It means that previously we had constraints in the environment where we could share content, but now we have much better advanced environment with the faster network speed and better performance. We have seen a positive change in the performance, which made it easier for us to share larger volume data more frequently, regardless of where we are. And there are various types of contents that could be distributed through the network. And it also means that the risk of illegal copying and illegal distribution of content also increased. So social media users increased and network performance improved. These two elements made it much easier for individuals to create and share content and access illegal content anytime, anywhere. Therefore, these new changes have brought about positive changes, but at the same time brought about the risks where we could access and use illegal content. So there are both pros and cons. A company named Akamai announced a report on the infringements of copyrights. If you look into the report, it says that since the COVID-19 pandemic, people came to produce and consume more content through various streaming channels, and many of them are using browsers or mobile applications to access illegal content website. And the researchers from Akamai mentioned that if copyright infringement takes place, we don't have a silver bullet, we don't have a special solution to this. According to the Akamai report, especially if you look at the number of copyright infringements, TV takes up the largest portion, followed by publication and film industry. Another important issue is the copyrights of content created through generative AI. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, so far we only held people accountable for their use and production of content, but from now on, we will have to hold machines accountable for the content they create. In 2023, there was a big litigation, not just one, but 13 large scale litigation on the copyright infringement because generative AI created new content. And in this process, for generative AI to create such content, it has to learn the existing data sets, and many of the data sets that were used for the training of the generative AI were used in an illegal way. So it is very important to make the correct response to this problem. These are the representative lawsuits. The first lawsuit is the lawsuit against Midjourney filed by artists group. Midjourney created a similar image to that of the artworks of these artists. And secondly, there was Perplexity lawsuits at the New York Times because the generative AI stole the news article without permission. In the recent internet environment, there are many types of copyright infringements taking place. Then, how is copyright related to security technology? This slide is the slide I use when I teach cybersecurity students. What is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity deals with computer, electronic communication system service, data software, and the related infrastructure. Cybersecurity is to ensure availability, integrity, and confidentiality of such infrastructure to prevent them from being damaged. In terms of confidentiality, an example of and confidentiality is the encryption technology. For example, unauthorized person cannot understand what a certain content is, even if the person accesses the content. And this is why we use encryption technology. By using encryption technology, we can prevent unauthorized person from accessing and understanding a certain data or content. Secondly, integrity. What does integrity mean? It means that we protect the content from being changed or damaged without permission, so only authorized person can make a change in the data. When data is forged or falsified, we have to identify whether it was falsified or not, and this can be done through integrity technology. Third element is availability. Availability means that a person who has received authorization to access a certain data or system should be able to access the system. This is what it means to have availability. For example, we have authorization to access a website, but if we cannot access that website, it means that there could have been some DDoS attack that prevents us from accessing the system, although we have the just justified authorization. But here, how all these technologies are related to copyright technologies. Some of you might have noticed similarities between the two. In terms of confidentiality, authorized person or licensed person can access or use a certain copyrighted content, whether it be a video or other content. This is what it means to have confidentiality in copyright technology. Integrity, it means that we have to prevent copyrighted work from being falsified without authorization. Let's look into more details. The most representative copyright protection technology is watermark and forensic mark technology, as well as DRM and COS technologies. These are the technologies that may sound familiar to those engaging in copyright technology sector. What does watermark mean? Watermark is something we insert into a content, the information about copyright, and later we can use a detector to identify whether that content has copyright or not. What is forensic mark? This is an expansion of watermark technology. Forensic mark enables us to track the distributor of copyrighted content. DRM. DRM allows only authorized persons to access and use certain content, so it gives license. Unauthorized person cannot access the data. So DRM is in a way access control technology. Most of the DRM technology is based on encryption technology to prevent illegal access or copy of the content. In other words, it is a technology that controls access, but if you look deep inside this DRM, it is based on encryption technology. COS is also a technology that is interworking with DRM to send content only to the authorized users. So, based on authorization concept, copyrighted content, the access to copyrighted content is controlled through these technologies. So, this content is very much highly related to the key concept of security technologies. We cannot separate the security technology from copyright technology. Because cybersecurity is a technology that protects digital assets, defend against the threats, and enabled continuous development of systems. Recently, cybersecurity technologies have evolved a lot, and the same is true for copyright protection technologies. By using AI, you can make a better use of cybersecurity technologies, and we could also think about how we are going to enhance AI security by using AI technologies. The same is true for copyright protection technology. You need to develop DRM technologies to a new high level, and you need to defend against the threats by using forensic watermark. And you can also use various technologies to protect the copyright of content that could be misused or abused by generative AI. So we have to study how we could secure these technologies. Regarding copyright protection, let's have a look into several papers and theses. Many papers have mentioned that there are limits in our efforts to use copyright technology to protect the copyright. For example, in a paper published by Google, said that there are vulnerabilities in terms of watermark when it's used in AI-based content. And there was also a comment in a thesis announced in 2023 that there are vulnerabilities in watermark washing out, so no trustworthy watermark. So it is important to enhance the robustness of the watermark and ensure integrity. And security experts For security experts, encryption is the very basic and representative technology. There are people who develop encryption technologies, and there are people who attack the encrypted data to ensure that the encryption technology is robust enough. So, security experts include both defenders and attackers' side. DRM is a technology to protect the copyright and to protect the data. There are people who study how safe DRM is. Those people are all working for the protection of copyrights. Why am I talking about this? At the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned that the security or copyright protection technologies are not like a spear and shields. You have to try attacking a certain system or technology to understand how robust, how strong that security technology is. We could apply this to copyright technology. You need to have talents, you need to have people who can test and attack copyright protection technology for the purpose of evaluating how strong or how robust the copyright technology is. In the security sector, we have employees in the global companies who look for vulnerabilities in their security technologies. They even receive prize. In the US, they hold challenges where participants attack security technologies by using AI technology, for example, to identify the vulnerabilities of the technologies and improve them further. So we need to apply this concept to the copyright sector as well. In order to develop copyright technology, from security perspectives, we could say that there are three strategies. First strategy is that you have to improve the robustness of invisible watermark. You have to develop and study the technologies to enhance the robustness of invisible watermark. Secondly, you have to prevent DRM from being hacked, or you have to prevent information leakage. Thirdly, you need to respond to the issues arising from generative AI content. So these three areas are the main areas we have to study and develop in the copyright technology sector, in my opinion. First of all, this is about watermark technology. In the security sector, we are studying how we could apply AI to security technologies. You could also think about how you could apply AI to copyright protection technologies. artificial intelligence or machine learning can be used to improve the robustness of watermark technologies. Another sector is quantum computing. Quantum computing is a double-edged sword. Across the world, many people are investing in quantum technology. It can be seen from two perspectives. First, communication media can apply quantum technology. By nature of quantum, if information is leaked, the information is forged or changed. So the communication media in the telecommunication sector, quantum technology can be applied to the communication line. Secondly, the current encryption technology will become vulnerable if quantum computing technologies are further developed. For now, in order to break the encryption algorithm, it will take tens of years or hundreds of years. That's our assumption. However, quantum computing can make things develop in a much faster manner. So if quantum computing appears, if strong quantum computing appears, like quantum cryptography technology, then we could use the quantum cryptography technologies to improve copyright protection algorithms. And this is an example of what I have just mentioned. It explains about details of how you could improve the watermark technology by using AI and machine learning, just for your information. Secondly, we have to strengthen the DRM technology and prevent DRM from being hacked, or you have to prevent information leakage. DRM technology is based on encryption, as I explained before. So DRM consists of, first of all, encryption technology. The existing DRM technology has several vulnerabilities. It has to remain safe even after quantum computing technologies appear, or quantum cryptography. Another important topic these days is zero trust. So in the past, we were satisfied with establishing firewalls or applying vaccines when we try to ensure security, but now it's different. Now we apply zero trust concept, which means that we can trust nothing. So we have to work on security from zero trust concept. This is our direction. These days, illegal contents are distributed online, and illegal contents are easily distributed in an environment where all the authorized persons can access and consume them. So in an environment where authorized person can access a certain data, in this environment, we have to prevent unauthorized persons to from accessing the content. So we have to draw the proper line between what is allowed to authorized person and what is not allowed to unauthorized person. When a hacking incident takes place, the probability is very low that I could identify the hacking took place. In many cases, we come to acknowledge, or we come to recognize that there was a hacking incident just after we receive some calls from police officers, for example. So we have to think about the boundary between protection and ensuring security. So basically, this is why it's important that we have to basically believe that we can trust nothing. This is zero trust. Third element is related to one of the biggest changes in IT, cloud. What does cloud mean? Previously, our resources, data, information, or device equipment infrastructure were controlled by ourselves. However, going forward, these assets and infrastructure stay in a third space where I don't have the control over them. In order to save protection of the data in the cloud environment, what do we have to do? Unlike our previous practice, cloud gives us new challenges in ensuring security. The copyright technology also needs to be revisited considering the different changes in our environment, including the cloud environment. And lastly, how can we respond to the issues of generative AI? This is really difficult one. For now, we cannot trust the safety of AI technology as well as the results created by AI technology. AI researchers or engineers say that they will develop explainable AI. So we cannot, for now, it is premature to say that we can apply AI right away to copyright protection. First of all, we need to approach generative AI by, first of all, establishing the relevant laws and regulations. So these are the examples of other countries in terms of the legislations. From the perspective of security, when we use AI as security experts, we could use AI in order to automate or efficiently process simple and repetitive works we do. So, security experts use AI for the purpose of simply um, having AI do the repetitive simple works to enhance our efficiency. And there are gray areas in the use of AI, so we have to be careful. I think that it is premature to say that we could use AI technology at a full scale in our every element of security activities. The second one is blockchain. Someone says that it makes no sense to use blockchain to respond to generative AI content issues. But I think that there are other people who have different opinions. Blockchain is based on distributed ledger, and many nodes have copied the ledger. Even one node is changed, the other multiple nodes still have the original ledger copied, so they can know right away whether one was falsified or not. When we have received a content, can we really identify whether this was created by AI or by humans, or whether this content respected the copyright? And there would be users who use content with fair and justifiable respect for the copyright. In order to make sure that we use content in a legal and proper way, we could consider using blockchains to ensure and check the ownership of the content and authenticity of the content. The blockchain could be a good alternative to what we think as the technologies to respond to generative AI content issues. Many countries across the world, among the audience, we have the great renowned professor in the area of AI here. But many countries are establishing laws and regulations to respond to generative AI issues. But the distributor of illegal content distribute illegal metaphor. First of all, we need to establish and apply internationally common standard technologies to respond to these generative AI issues. Now, many countries centered around the US and the EU are establishing laws and regulations to regulate the use of AI. Next one is blockchain. There are many types of blockchain. Let me take an example. Smart contract. You can use content by using smart contract. This is the results of the relevant research. Instead of just preventing the use of content, we could facilitate the use of legal content by using blockchain. My conclusion. I looked at the copyright technology from the perspective of cybersecurity. I also explained about the relevance between cybersecurity technologies and copyright protection technologies. Considering the trend of security technology trends, development trends, we need to develop copyright protection technologies further. Based on my long years of experience in security sector, security is regarded as something that causes inconveniences. This is what many people think. And many people think that security is something that gives us inconveniences, but that's not the truth. If in a car there's a brake, right? Do you think that the brake is needed to make the car run or to enable the car to stop? You could think about the function of security technology in comparison to the function of a brake in a car. Security technology and copyright protection technologies could be used not to prevent people from using copyrighted content, but to facilitate legal and proper use of copyrighted content. Without a brake, a car cannot stop or car cannot properly move. So I think that security technology has a lot in common with copyright protection technologies. So let us think about the fundamental purpose of developing and using the copyright protection technologies and convince people of the importance of the copyright protection technology. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor. He explained about copyright technology development trends and future direction from the perspective of cybersecurity. Please give him a big hand again.
오늘 기조 연설했습니다.
So that was the keynote address.
Now we are going to hear an invitation speech which will be delivered by Head of Service Harry Temmink from EUIPO. We are going to meet him through the video, and the presentation will be made in English. If you need a translation service, please tune to channel number 1 for Korean. Reinforcing in the EU copyright infrastructure in the digital age, the case for new EU IPO copyright initiatives is the title of his presentation. Let's meet him through the video.
Hello, good day to all of you. My name is Harry Temmink. I'm the Head of Service IP in the Digital World of the EUIPO, which is the EU Intellectual Property Office, where I'm working at the Observatory on the Infringements of Intellectual Property Rights. I would like to thank the organizers of this important conference to deliver this invitation speech, and deeply apologize for not being able to join you in person. What you will get from me now in the next 20 minutes or so is an overview of issues that we are doing, things that we are developing in the area of copyright. And as you can see on this slide, I will first give you an introduction of the observatory of the EUIPO, which is necessary probably for many of you not so familiar with what is happening in Europe. Then I will take you through current initiatives of the EUIPO observatory on copyright. We will have a look at the study, the economic study on copyright infringements in the European Union. We will go to good practices of online intermediaries. We will deal with combating live event piracy, and we will have a few words on the Out of Commerce Works portal. And then perhaps the novelty of today is that I will announce to you that the EUIPO is preparing the creation of a so-called EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center, which is envisaged for 2025. Now, this center will consolidate all the work that we are doing on copyright at the EUIPO, but it will also have some new initiatives. And I will explain briefly two of these new initiatives. One of them is dealing with artificial intelligence and copyright, and the other one is dealing with what we call Copyright View. So let's start then with a short introduction of the EUIPO observatory. Well, we are an observatory on infringement of IP rights, but we do more than only IP rights. We also deal with issues relating to the evaluation and awareness of IP. And we have basically three general objectives. One of them is the collection of facts and evidence. The next one, as you can see on this slide, is the creation and implementation of tools and resources for IP enforcement. And the third element is related to awareness, including awareness at schools, in education, etc. Now for that, we have a network. We run a network of public and private sector representatives. We also deal with international cooperation. And as you will see later on, we also support the policies of the European Union in general on intellectual property. Now, very important to realize that in the past, perhaps, the EUIPO was very much associated with trademarks and designs. Well, of course, we still do trademarks and designs, but over the last 10 years or so, we have expanded our scope, and we are now dealing with literally all intellectual property rights, including, of course, copyright. And as I said earlier, on the next slide, you will see that we are not only creating tools for ourselves, we also support the work, the implementation of EU law on copyright. And you see some examples here on this slide. First of all, we have a recommendation of the European Commission on combating online piracy, which was adopted in May 2023. We are active in supporting the European Commission in the implementation of the Digital Services Act of 2022. We have quite some initiatives that are dealing with the implementation of the copyright in the DSM directive, including the issue of out of commerce. Come to that in a second. The Orphan Works directive, and also we deal with the implementation of the Directive on the Enforcement of Intellectual Property Rights, which is a directive of 2004 that includes copyright as well. So that's a bit the general overview of the EUIPO, and let's now go into a little bit more detail of a number of initiatives. And the first one that I would like to cover is the economic study that we are having on online copyright infringement in the EU. So what is the study about? The study is about trends on digital copyright infringements. It's an economic study, originally from 2019, but it has regular updates. And the new version will be published, we expect it to be published in November of this year. And the study is dealing with several creative sectors, the world of films, the world of music, the world of publishing. We have a specific section on software, and we also look at television. Now, the analysis that you find in the study is per member state, but also per type of content, per access method, per type of device, etc. So it's quite an advanced study where you can find per member states, per type of copyright protected work, per device, how the development is of piracy levels in the EU. Now, when it comes to the key findings of 2024, so the study we plan to publish in November, well, the overall conclusion is that we have a stabilization, right? The overall level of piracy remains more or less the same in the EU. It's not getting much better, it's not getting much worse. And that we translate into a number, 10.5 accesses per internet user per month. And 2 years ago, for instance, it was 10.2. So there's a slight increase, but overall it's basically the same. And then we can go into several sectors. So we look, for instance, at TV piracy that stabilized in 2023. So 5.2 illegal accesses per user per month, but with variations in the member states. Film piracy, on the other hand, has substantially decreased with 38%. Music piracy, slight increase. The publication sector, well, remains more or less the same with 2.7 illegal accesses per internet user per month. Software piracy has increased a little bit. And then we have this new element of sports live event piracy, which we introduced in 2019. It has increased actually between 21 and 23 with a peak in the summer, which is logical because most sport events take place in the summer, and in particular, the very important sport events like the Olympic Games. Now, another key finding, which is important to share, is the fact that we discovered in our analysis a relationship between, on the one hand, the availability of legal content online, and on the other hand, the level of piracy. So the more legal content we have, the less incentive, of course, for the users, for the consumers to pirate content online. Okay, let's move then to the next slide, which is a slide on how we cooperate with online intermediaries to combat copyright infringements, right? And that's only one slide, which is this one that you see here. What is our approach at the EUIPO? So we have a network, and within the network, we have an expert group of cooperation with intermediaries. And in that expert groups, we have experts from the brands, from the public sector, from the member states, but also, and they are important, experts from the online intermediaries, ranging from the big tech to the payment providers, and everything in between. And the approach that we are having for each topic that you see on this slide is similar. So first of all, we are going to dig into the ecosystem of a certain topic. So domain names, payments, social media, what you see on your right. We identify the trends. We look what's going on, what are new trends, what are changing trends. And then the third part of these studies, which we call discussion papers, the third part is dealing with the good practices that in particular, but not exclusively, the online intermediaries have to avoid the abuse of IP rights, in particular to avoid online copyright infringements, right? So have a look at the slide. You will see that many of them are relevant for the fight against piracy online. The one on domain names, the registries, the registrars, doing their best or not to avoid that there is a registration of a domain name that really infringes copyright. The payment sector, the social media, the automated content recognition, that's a discussion paper where we identify the technical means that exist, actually, the watermarking, the fingerprinting, but also today the artificial intelligence related solutions to identify automated content. And that is, of course, an important tool to fight against piracy. Live event piracy, I'll come to that in a second. Apps and app stores. So in particular, the two main app stores from Google and from Apple, what are they doing to avoid that within the app community there is an infringement of copyright. You find it all in a discussion paper we published in spring. And we will soon have a discussion paper on online search. So how do search engines avoid the infringement of copyright? And next year, we have started the work already, we will have a discussion paper on online advertisement. Okay, I could go into more details. I will not do that in view of the time. So let's go to live event piracy. What is so special, as we can see in the next slide, about live event piracy? So we have challenges with live event piracy for the simple reason of the nature of live events. Live events have their main commercial value during the transmission, during the live transmission. In other words, a football match is valuable during the match. When everyone knows the result already, the value of the retransmission is lower. So you want to capitalize, you want to have the most revenues as an organization, as a right holder, during the match. That's, I think, is very clear. Now, what happens in practice is that this is kind of quite beneficial, lucrative business model for bad actors who are very advanced in retransmitting live events online through illegal and sometimes also through legal means. Now, if you want to fight against that, you need a lot of, you need a few things. First of all, you need a legal system that is absolutely able to act immediately after there is an identification of an infringement. And secondly, you need full cooperation of the online intermediaries. So this is live event piracy and how it works. Now, at the EU level, we have been working for years now already to see how we can improve the fight against live event piracy. You see that on this slide now, the journey that we had. It started with a resolution of the European Parliament in 2021. Then the EUIPO published a live event piracy discussion paper in 2023 that was followed by the adoption of a recommendation, which is a non-binding instrument of the European Commission in May 2023. And we are now monitoring the implementation of that recommendation. We have done so by publication as EUIPO of key performance indicators, but we also organize events, including a high-level conference in October 2023 that we organized here in Alicante, where the whole world that has something to do with live event piracy, except of course the bad actors, was joining and discussed good practices to avoid that this happens in the future. So this is the slide of the journey. This is the next slide now is the slide of the content of the recommendation of the European Commission. There are 4 elements, 4 pillars, so to speak. The first element is the element, the need actually, the recommendation to the member states, but also to the private sector to have, to give swift follow-up to notices from right holders to, well, intermediaries that there is an online infringement, that there is a live event piracy incident. The next step is the injunctions. That is through the member states, through the courts normally, where there is an important element which is called dynamic injunctions. What are dynamic injunctions? Dynamic injunctions are injunctions ordered by a court that do not only take into account the first infringement of a bad actor, because the bad actor immediately can go somewhere else online and continue offering the illegal retransmission, but then the order follows, so to speak, the bad actor at stake, and the order is also valid for future infringements that are related, of course, to the scope of the first infringement. That's what we call a dynamic injunction, and some member states in the EU have them, others don't have them. The European Commission makes a recommendation that we all should have them in all the member states. Well, third pillar is awareness raising, voluntary cooperation, awareness raising about not only piracy, but also about legal offers, legal alternatives. We have an initiative that we call ICOTEC for that. And finally, the follow-up and the monitoring, which is what we, as EUIPO do together with the European Commission. And this monitoring will end by the 17th of November 2025, and then it's up to the European Commission to decide on the next steps. Okay, so if you are interested in this field of activity, then I can refer you to this website that we have created as EUIPO on combating piracy, but in particular on combating live event piracy. All right, so let's move to the next points, the Out of Commerce Works portal. And the Out of Commerce Works portal, as we can see on this slide, what are Out of Commerce Works? First of all, well, they are works that are still protected by copyright, but no longer for sale, right? They are no longer commercially available, right? Examples are books, audiovisual works, photos, phonograms, unique works of art, etc., which are, for instance, in the possession of libraries, but they are no longer for sale. Now, the point is that the cultural heritage institutions, and I go to the next slides, normally would like to digitalize their portfolio, right? They would like to digitalize everything they have, so in order to make it available for a broader audience. Now, the EU law at stake here since 2019 foresees in an exception or a limitation of the copyright, so that cultural heritage institutions can digitalize, but they have to follow a certain procedure, because if they follow the procedure, there is an opt-out mechanism for right holders, such as the authors and the publishers that do not wish their work to be digitalized, to opt out, as we call it, and then of course the cultural heritage institution can either decide not to digitalize, or they can enter into a license agreement. Now, the role of the observatory here is that we manage a single online portal for Out of Commerce Works, which, as you can see on the next slide, the portal has gone live in June 2021. And after more than 3 years, we have already more than 2 million records that have been uploaded of works that should be digitalized. That's much more than we expected, to be honest, and it will go towards, as we envisage now at least, towards 80, maybe 100 million records in the future, which means that we have some challenges with the portal, and we are working now to improve the challenges, including the creation of an API instead of an Excel sheet, which is obviously much easier for cultural heritage institutions to upload their records. Okay, I will skip the next slides that I had, so you won't see them probably when this video goes live, and I move on now with with one of the main novelties probably for you to hear from us in Europe, and that's the creation of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center. So as you can see, also on the next slides, there's quite a lot we do on copyright already. I gave you a few examples, but there are many, many more examples here. You can see on this slide the studies we are doing, the economics and data and statistics studies. You can see the enforcement issues, the enforcement work that we are doing. We have also tools such as Out of Commerce Works, orphan works from the past as well. We have networks, legal networks from lawyers, also from national copyright administrations. There are some new initiatives that we are going to develop. So the Copyright Knowledge Center, which will formally be created next year, but it's still work in progress. So nothing has been formalized yet, but if everything goes fine, we will create it next year. And then we consolidate everything that we are doing already, and we will have some new initiatives. And now, to finalize this presentation, I'm going to 2 new work streams that we are currently already preparing. Now, one of them is probably close to your heart, and that's the issue of artificial intelligence and copyright, where we are preparing now a technical study. As you can see on the next slide, the background of this technical study is the legislative situation in the EU today. We have in the EU adopted a so-called EU Artificial Intelligence Act in spring of this year, and there are a few requirements in the act that are related to copyright. There are two main provisions on it. The first provision says that the artificial intelligence provider, and in particular the ones that are promoting general purpose artificial intelligence models, they have to put in place a policy that respects EU copyright law, and in particular the opt-out mechanism under Article 4, Paragraph 3 of the Copyright in the DSM Directive, which is the text and data mining exceptions, and there is an opt-out for right holders. What does it mean? It means, in simple words, that if you, as a right holder, you don't want your works to be used by general purpose artificial intelligence models, then you have to opt out by a machine readable mean. So you have to opt out actively. And then the artificial intelligence developer cannot use your copyright or your works that is protected by copyright. And there is a second obligation, as you see on this slide, which is actually a transparency requirement to draw up and make publicly available a sufficiently detailed summary about the content that is used for training, and that should be done according to a template that the EU is now preparing. So the aim of all this is obviously to support the enforcement of EU copyright rules in the context of the development of generative artificial intelligence. EU is not opposed to artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence. On the contrary, I would say, but copyright needs to be respected. Now, the study that we are preparing is quite unique probably in the world. Why? Because it's a technical study. It doesn't give a legal analysis, a policy analysis. It is a technical study that is relevant both for the input, so the copyright protected works used by the developers of artificial intelligence models, and for the output. And first, the input. What we are trying to do now in our study is to give an overview of all the existing means that exist already, therefore, means that exist already to opt out in accordance with Article 4, Paragraph 3 of the Copyright in the DSM Directive. So what is used today by copyright owners to opt out of the text and data mining exception, as I explained in my previous slide. So that's one. On the input, we try to set out these technical tools like robots, TXT, that exists already for quite some time, and many others. We set them all next to each other. And when it comes to the output, which is the next slide, well, there we are going to identify technical means to see if copyright protected works have been used by artificial intelligence developers. Yeah? So how can I identify that copyright has been used in the output of artificial intelligence generated works, generated content? Yeah? So both the input and the output is what we're using. Now, this analysis is ongoing as we speak, and we hope to have the results available in spring 2025. And then, of course, the question is there a need, a will to create a more centralized system of opting out, which is something that the EUIPO could arrange, a kind of a transparency hub, a repository, whatever you may call it, but at least an instrument so that on one hand authors can opt out, and on the other hand the users, the developers of artificial intelligence models can see whether a certain catalog or a certain work has been opted out or not. So this is work for the future. That's one example. And then I go to the other example that I want to mention, and then I finalize this presentation, which is copyright view. Now, I see you thinking, copyright view? Never heard of copyright view. Well, that's quite possible because the concept does not exist in any official document yet, right? It's a concept that we at the EUIPO are going to create. Now, what is it? Here you find the definition on the next slide, which is, and I quote, a central EU copyright search service linking the existing databases providing information on copyright, so national deposit systems, registries, orphan out-of-commerce works, databases, private copyright registries, collective right management databases, everything that we have at national and European level in the public and in the private sector for all sorts of copyright, for all cultural industries, to combine them all in one hub, all in one repository, so that we have more transparency on the one hand, but also on the other hand, that we will be able in the future to search for information throughout the EU, so throughout the participating databases. Now, this is my last slide on substance. So the objectives, why do we want to do that? I think it's quite clear. We want to contribute to the development of what is called already for many years in the EU, the EU copyright infrastructure. That should benefit the creators, the authors, and their representative in the management of their rights. But it should also benefit the users to identify works in case, of course, they want to have a license agreement. It should also improve the quality of and the access to the information in existing copyright databases. Now, we do this not from one day to another. It will require quite some time before we can actually launch Copyright View. First, we start with mapping the existing databases, what we are having, as I explained earlier. Then we are going to engage with the right holders, the stakeholders, the cultural heritage institutions, everyone who has an interest in this tool, to see what are the features for a search functionality, for instance, possible standardization initiatives that we want to explore. And then, of course, we have to see how we set up and operate the search tools at the end of the day. Now, it will be a flexible approach. We are not going to create this from one day to another. It can also interact with other initiatives that we are having at the EUIPO. For instance, the previous possible option of a centralized hub to opt out for generative artificial intelligence generated content. Well, it has been quite a story. I hope you are still there. I had some final remarks which I could mention. So the EUIPO, initially an office of trademarks and designs, is increasingly dealing with copyright. And if all goes fine next year, we are going to create an EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center that will continue to do what we've always have done already in terms of evidence-based studies, data collection, in terms of the development of tools, and in terms of raising awareness. And we will, in addition to what we are doing already, also explore some new work streams for the next years. Now, I thank you very much for your attention. I wish you an excellent conference, and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you so much. It was Head of Service from EUIPO, Temmink. He joined us throughout the video. He's not here in person, but still, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. With that, I'd like to conclude the opening ceremony. The afternoon session will begin at 1:10. The tutorial session will be commenced at Studio 1 across from this room, and I hope you join the tutorial session as well. This will conclude the opening ceremony. Thank you so much.
네, 오늘 참석자분들께서는 등록하실 때 받으신 오찬 쿠폰
So please put the luncheon coupon on your table, and we will deliver lunchbox to your seat. After lunch, we will begin the afternoon session from 1:10 p.m.
네, 여러분 모두들 점심 식사 맛있게들 하셨을까요?
I hope you enjoy your lunch. Now we are going to begin the plenary sessions of the ICOTEC 2024. The first session's topic is copyright protection technologies in the age of digital innovation. We invited esteemed experts at home and abroad. In this session, we will explore the ideas for the future directions of copyright protection technologies. The first speaker of this session is Professor Park Wook. He's going to tell us about physically unclonable technology and copyright protection technology. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I am Park Wook from Kyung University. Today, my topic is physically unclonable technology and copyright protection technology. My field of research is a little bit different, actually far away from what you have studied and what you have worked for. But I'd like to tell you that those who are working with hardware, they are trying to contribute to copyright protection as well. So today I'm going to share with you how hardware-based security measures can contribute to copyright protection. We have many works of art and creative works. Since the beginning of the human beings or the human history, we have been introduced with numerous works of arts, including movies and cartoons. But with the introduction, we are facing some challenges. The creative works can be stolen by someone. That presents the strengths and weaknesses of digital technologies. There have been ongoing research over the decades to protect the digital technologies. And many of you are working for the research. And you heard DRM or watermarking in the previous session. And watermarking was first used to apply a certain properties of a sheet of a paper underwater, and that's the origin of a watermark. But watermarking has been widely used for digital technologies, and content identification technology is another example. Even if the content is coming in different forms, current technologies can make it possible to trace back the original content, and that's the key of the recent researchers in the field. And DRM is another example. DRM allows only authorized people to have access to the contents in question, and watermark is in place to protect the authors and artists. When we think about the ultimate technologies that we are going to need, we can think that if hardware-based copyright protection is available, and that will be valuable as a means to protect copyrighted works. And that's the background behind my presentation today. IoTs have been advanced, and there are many devices and cell phones, and even cars are using IoTs. As you can see in the screen, those technologies are available with the emergence of semiconductors. This is a wafer. By using transistors, these chips are fabricated, and they are used for different technologies and devices. And works of art are playing a key role to devices, and that a good example is semiconductors. The devices in the white wafers, and they are designed to provide the same functions. And there are, as I said earlier, many works of art, but they should have originality. But when they are distributed, they should offer the same level of quality. And there should be a device that can ensure the same level of quality. And this device will make it possible. So I imagine this movie. This is a sequel of Star Wars, Attack of Clones. As you can see on the screen, thousands of clones are created. And you can imagine drones and robots. And some people are threatened by the idea that they will replace human beings. But human beings are people who make something, and what we make should be protected, and what we make should not be identical. And this is a street. Take a look at this person. He has a great beard and he has a good hairstyle. He has a good voice as well. And the copyrighted works we created are supposed to be protected. So you may ask if we should have a technology that doesn't allow copying. So here, I'd like to introduce you physically unclonable function. Let's take an example of iPhone. iPhone comes with its own serial number. There must be a memory embedded in iPhone that represents a serial number. So my iPhone's serial number is different from that of yours. So that should be stored in a memory. If it is used by somebody else, that means automatically that is clonable. Let's take a look at circuits. Even if we have done an excellent job at designing a circuit, if we trace every single light of the chip, that means theoretically this device can be replicated. To make it not possible in the first place, we need something physical that doesn't allow cloning. Let's take a sheet of paper and crumble it, and you will end up with a specific pattern. Even if you try with another piece of paper and try to make the same pattern with the first one, it won't be possible. So my point is that just like the sheet of paper that has its own crumbling pattern, we should have an identification for every single device. And if we use the copyrighted technologies available now, we can create one of the most strong or robust technologies. And this is a semiconductor chip. As you can see, a fingerprint is embedded on it. And physically unclonable function means the use of unclonable function at the manufacturing or fabrication process. When we type in a password, it doesn't directly go into the device. It goes to a server and a response is generated. Facing a different challenge, a different response is generated. Even if you trace back the numbers generated, even if you don't know the algorithm behind it, you cannot hack it. But let's take a look at the process of creating the pair of challenge and response. And this idea is about adding a unique identifier to it. And this idea came from optical PUF. This is called a 3D token. It's the size of your fingertip, and invisible beads are added to it. And take the polymer resin, which is transparent, and it was added to it. When you put beads into a physical space, it can create a deviation, and they cannot be duplicated because there are hundreds and thousands of variations for each location. They cannot be replicated. But to read them, we need to use a laser beam, and they can be used in the form of a key. An optical PUF, if you use for copyrighted works or works of art, we can create a tag that cannot be clonable physically. This is one of the technologies used for cell phones. SRAM must be a terminology that is not familiar with you, but you must be more familiar with the cache memory. As you can see, there is a logic inside the cache memory. When 0 is input, 1 is generated, and it has a design that shows that generates different results with different inputs, and unique patterns is generated, and serial numbers and unique patterns can be written. That means somebody can intentionally hack it and can write it directly. And if you take electrodes, and you can identify whether there is a 0 or whether there is 1 inside of this device. And this is set during the fabrication process. There is something called the WIPO. And semiconductor is fabricated with the accumulation of transistors, and holes are punched here. The depth of each hole is different. So a specific hole has less deep light or beam, and this is made to happen during the fabrication process. And key can be stored here. In the second layer, by using the same via PUF, random numbers can be generated. Even if this device is in a different external environment, stability can be ensured. And take a look at a piece of paper, a sheet of paper. As you know, paper is made from pulp. As I said earlier with the example of watermark, and pulp is used to create a sheet of paper, and there are layers used, and fiber pattern and a pattern at another scale is used and accumulated and deposited to create a piece of paper. So each sheet of paper has different patterns. If these patterns can be read and stored, they cannot be duplicated. And what I focus on is that when we think about unclonable function, I came up with this idea. What can be the easiest or the simplest analogy? My answer was fingerprints. Even twins who have the same genes have different fingerprints. As you can see on this video, when the fetus is inside the womb of its mother, you can see the water flows around the fetus fingers. Depending on the growth level, minutiae patterns are created, and this pattern is the unique identification for this fetus. And it's below the skin, so even if it is worn worn out, it doesn't disappear. So it is a permanent identification for a person. So I thought it would be nice to have a small sized identification. The smaller, the better, because it can be put in all copyrighted works. There could be digitalized copyrighted works or hardware-based copyrighted works. And for hard copied works of art, the smaller the chip is, the better. So I came up with this idea of a micro-sized artificial fingerprint. It is as tiny as dust, speckle of dust. So each speckle of dust has its own fingerprint. And there are hundreds of speckles of dust, and each speckle of fingerprint or dust offers different identification. Let me show you the process.
눈에 보이지 않는 마이크로 사이즈의 입자고요. 그리고 현미경으로 보셨다고 생각.
Let's imagine that this is under my microscope. The solutions are gone, leaving a pattern similar to fingerprints. And you have watched the TV show CSI. The detectives there, the forensic team, they don't compare all evidence. They take out minutiae. Let's take a look at the right side. There is something called rich ending, and there is rich bifurcation where the wrinkles or ridges split. And by taking a look at them, you can identify whether the fingerprints come from the same person or different people. The red and the green represent minutiae, and minutiae will tell you whether the fingerprints are coming from the same person or not. And the fluorescent line is correlation. When the fingerprints are coming from the same person, the fluorescent line will be lighter. So it is very important to have randomness, but it is extremely difficult to generate perfect randomness, but relatively this can offer a beneficial solution. And next slide shows another part of my research. Let's say we create keys and functions. If we add time to keys and functions, we can create something more complex. And as I said earlier, I want to create a small size chip, small enough that can be put into a semiconductor. And you must have heard about graphene. Graphenes once were called a dream material, and there are specific parameters. Those parameters are not suitable for semiconductors. Many materials have been under study to be used for semiconductors. One of them is MOSTF, and MOSTF, I think, will be used to create 2D crystals and ultimately used for semiconductors. And this requires a certain patterns. And if time can be added to the conventional keys and functions, something more complex will be created. So the value we write now will be different from the value we write a second away. When you use online banking, you are asked to type in a random number. But at the level of materials, it is very difficult to tell something from another that is generated randomly. And to give you better understanding, let me give you this example. What is the structure that can be created at a sustainable way. Crystal is a good example. Crystal and salts can be created randomly, and depending on processes, shapes of salt can vary. If salt is settled down at the bottom, the way it is formed can be different. Snowflakes, minerals, and salt, if we assume they are in different shapes, there could be variations depending time, and they could come in different shapes. And this theory can be used to create unclonable function. This is called a 4x4 pixel array, and we use two different colors here. Red represents a material, while green represents another material. Let's think about the fly or fluorescence. If you think about firefly or fluorescence, you can see the different level of light depending on time. So by using this, you can create a function related to time. This is RGB scale. There are different colors, and crystals have a properties. They are characterized by a growth oriented toward a specific direction. As you can see on the screen, there are specific distribution. So we studied in which direction a specific crystal can grow. Our research findings show that the growth was even, and this can be used to create random numbers or for PUF. There is a technology called challenge response. When response is made, it's not necessarily meaning that all information you have has to be given. And we create a crystal array here. And you can see a checker shaped board. And white means visible area, or black means invisible areas. With this, we can create a challenge. And it will come in the shape of a QR code. And checker can come in different shapes, whether it be a circle or a square. And for degenerated data can come in different shapes. And this is almost my last slide. So how can we put this into applications, real-world applications? When transistors are used, this technology will take time to be used. We have to think about how we can create a hardware-based unclonable function. And so we came up with this idea of a laser ablation. This is a laser pointer. What I'm holding is a laser pointer. And laser can be directed as something and something that can be burned. And each time interval can be split, and they will lead to a more advanced technology. Ablation is a technology to fabricate the surface. When you scan the surface of this device with a laser, the laser bounces off, and you can also see the crater pattern on the image next to it. And this is a crater pattern that can not be easily clonable. So crater pattern or shape can be used for wafers. So commercial copyrighted works or devices should have their own or their unique ID. They should not be duplicated. So semiconductors can offer a great benefit for those devices. And IoT devices have been used for many applications, not just cell phones. And the keynote speaker said earlier this morning about the super gap and copyrighted works can be played even on a small fridge or small freezer, not just on cell phone or smart devices. Speaking of that, we need a general purpose technology that can ensure copyright protection. So my idea is the laser technology. So we took this image of $5,000 bill, 5,001 bill, and we used encryption without a proper challenge and response pair. A desired results cannot be generated. We use software technologies for this, and software-based encryption. When it was used for key generation, a PUF device was used in my lab. So here are my conclusions. Your takeaway message from this presentation is that there is a security measure and security technology which is used to tell something genuine from something fake. At the hardware level or hardware developer's perspective, hardwares can be hacked. So creating a technology to prevent hacking is essential. So hardware-based copyrighted protection technologies can provide and present the ultimate solution to preventing counterfeiting for counterfeiting deterrence. And it was Park from Kyung University. Thank you.
인텔의 일케 데미
Now we would like to invite Demir, the senior researcher from Intel. She's going to make presentation on the authenticity of content in the era of generative AI.
Okay, so you have my slides, so I will just advance from there. I don't need this. Is that? That's the case. Okay. Hello. Deepfake videos are everywhere now. Check. Okay, very good. Okay. Thanks for the invitation. I'm super happy to be here, and I hope this will be a useful presentation for all of you about all the research and productization efforts that we are doing in this space. So without further ado, let's start. Deepfake videos are everywhere now. You have probably already seen them. Videos that show people, like celebrities, saying and doing things they never actually did. Fortunately, Intel is developing several solutions to detect deepfakes in real time, like the one you are seeing right now. Because you're not the real INKA, Demir. I am. Alright, you got me. So as you see, deepfakes are everywhere, including my own presentation. So thank you, Deepfake Ilke. Deepfake. As she just mentioned, content authenticity and generative AI and media provenance are getting very, very prominent in this space nowadays, and we will today talk about that. I am Ilke Demir, Senior Staff Research Scientist at Intel Labs. I lead Intel's Trusted Media Initiative, which is what we will also talk about today. So if we go, just for a second, if we go back to basics, you know, there are discriminative models and there are generative models. And discriminative models is given an image, what is in the image, right? I give a cat and it says, Well, there's a cat. There's a white cat. There is a cat in this pose, right? So all of these are discriminative tasks. On the other side, we have generative tasks, synthesis tasks, but which is given many samples of a type, a class, some images, can we actually generate new samples from that learned distribution. So if the discriminative models are asking, what is this? Then generative models are asking, this is what? Kind of a way to think about. So, of course, all of these generative models actually enable deepfakes. So you can see that there's like super high realistic content, like where the wrinkles, the faces, the expressions, everything is very believable. Moreover, we can actually change the gender, head pose, skin tone, eyeglasses, etc., everything just by controlling those models. It's also super easy to create that Nicolas Cage version of me just by one image on the bottom. So although this technology has been developed with positive intent, it also enabled these malicious actors to use it for deepfakes. And these deepfakes actually caused so many impact in the world in political misinformation, impersonation, adult content, for policy, for security, for interpersonal relationships. So we are losing like the sense of reality. We cannot believe what we see anymore, and because of that, this is causing social erosion of trust. So it's not only online mistrust, but we don't believe our friends that are sending us content, etc. So if you look at defect detection as a history, most of those detection approaches are looking whether what is wrong about content. Are there like boundary artifacts? Are there symmetry artifacts? Is it broken in one way? So we want to switch that perspective a little bit. We want to look from the other side of the view. So instead of asking what is wrong in this content, we are asking what is real in this content. And Fake Catcher, which is our world-renowned defect detection algorithm, which I will mention next, is actually asking exactly that question. You might have seen it in any of these news articles. So, as I said, the intuition is what makes us human? What is the watermark of being human? And the first answer we found to that question is in your heart. So, when your heart pumps blood, it goes to your veins, and your veins change color. That color change is not visible to my bare eye, so I cannot look at the participants' faces and try to find their heart rate, right? But this is actually computationally visible, and it is called photophlethysmography, PPG for short. When we look at those PPG signals everywhere on the face, you will see for the real videos, it's sinusoidal, it has some bounds, it is consistent, it is similar, it is very correlated on your left and right cheek, etc. If we look at the PPG signals on deepfake videos, you will see that there is no structure, there is no periodicity, there is no correlation. It's like you have different heartbeats on your left and right cheek. So we collect all of those PPG signals on the face and create PPG maps, which reflect the spatial, temporal, and spectral properties of PPG signals. Basically trying to reflect your heart rate in a signal. After we have those PPG maps, we train a simple neural network on top of PPG maps to classify them into real and fake videos. And we obtain 96% accuracy on that, which is great, right? Like we solved the problem, no defects anymore, right? Obviously, that's not the case. So evaluating one algorithm on one data set is never enough. So we did many different experiments, and we did cross data set evaluations, cross model evaluations. We did in the wild evaluations, etc. So the one I want, and I'm leaving this pointer to the papers on the bottom of the slide if you want to check all those experiments. But the one I want to mention here is the defects in the wild data set. So this data set has everything you see in the wild, right? Like unknown compression, unknown artifacts, unknown generators, unknown actor motion, unknown occlusions, unknown illumination. So even in that case, we have 91.07% accuracy, and that's what is giving us hope for the future. So on top of Fake Catcher, actually we built the world's first real-time deepfake detection platform. And last year we announced deepfake detection as a service. So let's see what it does. So here we have real-time deepfake detection platform running 722 on Ice Lake and 207 concurrent detection streams on Sapphire Rapids. Now here we have deepfake detection as a service. So when we upload a link or upload a new video, you can actually see the real-time deepfake detection results here during the processing of the video.
Okay, so as it's going here, we can see, oh, there's a graph. Oh, okay, so it's really interactive. We're looking at one video and we're seeing what's going on. Oh, it says fake.
It says fake with 100% confidence for this one.
All right.
So that's deepfake detection as a service. And we want to go one step further. And even in the opening remarks, I think there were some question about where those deepfakes are. Oh, sorry, where those deepfakes are coming from. In addition to just saying if something is real or fake, can we find which generator created which deepfake? So we will play a very quick game. I don't know how we will play, but maybe you can like raise your fingers. So there are 7 videos here. Just one of them is real. Just you can say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I will let you find out which one is the real one. Just watch closely. If you have a guess, just raise your hand, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can play it one more time so that you watch it better. Okay. Any guesses? There's 1, 5 here. If there's 1, 2 there. 2, 5, 2. There are some good eyes here. Actually, 5 is the correct one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the only real one here. But as you see here, good job. As you see here, these deepfakes using the same source and target can create a variety of different deepfakes, right? So if you look at the mean images of those different deepfakes, there are some changes in between. But if we project them into the PPG domain back, you will see that the differences are even more visible. This is like those models leaving some fingerprints in behind, like which is similar to what we talked with some of my colleagues here, but these are not injected. They actually exist by the nature of the generator. Okay, so we want to actually interpret the residuals of specific generators in PPG domain to find the source. Long story short, we actually have this pipeline where we actually do multi-class classification as opposed to a binary classification. And we obtain 93% accuracy on source detection, which is good. But it also improves fake catchers 96% to 97.29%, which is a really good achievement in terms of like running that last 4%, right? This is also important in terms of continuous detection and continuous integration because we get 1,000 videos from a new data set called CelebDF, and we retrain the model on one more class, and we obtain 92% accuracy on the new class. That is very important because we no longer need the reals of that data set, no longer need the real videos that was used to train that new data set. So, you know, like there are big companies that are asked questions like, what is your training data? And they say, I don't know the training data, right? In those cases, we can still find out whether that new fakes are generated by, let's say, Sora or Kang or like any other different generator. Another signal that we looked to find whether something is real or fake is actually hidden in your eyes. So As the eyes are mirror to the soul, we look for the truth in the eyes of deepfakes. So when we shoot rays from our eyes, as most of the humans have those converging rays from their eyes. The 3D divergence points are smooth. If we are looking at a distant place, our gazes are convergent and coplanar. But for deepfakes, it's like googly eyes. It's like they don't know where they are looking at. It's not as visible, but it's actually very visible if you look at computationally. So we actually designed those gaze signatures based on eye and gaze properties, not only gazes, but also like the eye symmetry, eye color, eye area, then iris, the same properties for iris, the same properties for the pupil. And we actually then train a neural network on top of those gaze signatures so that we can classify them into real and fake videos. We obtained 99.27% accuracy on deeper forensics dataset, which is a new dataset, and we obtained 92% on face forensics plus, which was the previous dataset. And this is second best after fake catcher. However, if you think about it, fake catcher is looking at the whole face, whereas this is only looking at the eye. So the information content for this detector is already smaller. Another watermark of being human, or another like property that we humans have, is that our muscles are very coherently moving. Okay, so we actually looked at motion representations to embed that information into a general representation so that we can look at those videos. So if you look at the papers on motion representations, motion magnification is actually an important area. So face-based motion magnification and deep motion magnification has been used to represent motion for so many domains, like medical domains, like human understanding domains, etc. So we actually take those motion representations, which is the eye as you see like temporal based, and the baby as you see in the deep like learned space of motion. And we create those dual motion tensors. Then we train a neural network on top of those dual motion tensors to classify them into real and fake videos, and also get the source detection. So if we look at the results, we obtain 97% video source detection accuracy on face forensics dataset, and we obtain 94% video source detection accuracy on fake AV celeb dataset, whose authors are also somewhere in the audience. So thanks for the dataset, and that also validates that our motion representation is actually a good indicator for fakeness. Now, everything I talked about was under trusted media detection stream. There are two more streams that we are working on, which I will just summarize. The first one is the responsible generative models. So how can we find the evil assumptions, the nefarious assumptions that makes those models to be used for bad, and how can we battle with those assumptions? And the last one we will later talk about. So just one example about which assumptions are we battling, right? So if you look at the deepfake generation process, it is evil because it's not evil. It is like used nefariously. It is used for harmful purposes because it has this source-target coupling. Okay, so my face swapped with another face. My reactions, my expressions swapped with another one's expression. This impersonation space is what is enabling deepfakes to be used for bad. Okay, so we thought that, well, if we actually get rid of that source to target coupling, we can actually create people that doesn't exist, that doesn't impersonate someone, right? So if I mix the hair of that first face, the eyebrows of the second face, the mouth of the third face, and try to make a human soup out of that, you will see that like it looks like a monster, right? But with our approach, which is called mixin, we actually train these multi-image, multi-region synthesis network by fuzzy masks. Then on top of those fuzzy masks, we learn to generate the style so that if you look at that face closest to me, you will see that the hair looks like the first one, the eyebrows looks like the second one, the mouth looks like the third one, but she is not impersonating any of those faces one-to-one. So that is the main responsible generation part in this work that we did. Our results are also much better than other collage or multi-image approaches. And then another way that we use deepfakes for good is for anonymization. So who here was ever tagged in a photo that they didn't like, that they didn't want to appear? Anyone else? One more, two more, three more, four more? Yeah, so most of us, I mean, not most of us, but I think most of us has been in photos that we didn't want to appear, right? So for these approaches, we say, my face, my choice, okay? So if you don't want to appear in a photo, your face is swapped with a quantifiably dissimilar deepfake so that the expression, the image integrity, the pose, everything is the same, but your identity is swapped. So if you look at the results, this is an actually adversarial attack on face recognition algorithms, right? So we actually are able to reduce the face recognition accuracy of 7 state-of-the-art face detection approaches, face identification approaches by 65% on the average. So that is a great improvement over protecting your privacy and protecting your identity. We have many other approaches under trusted media responsible generative models. If you are interested in any of them in using generative models for adversarial attacks, using generative models for protecting full body privacy, for controlled editing of LLM-based 3D generation, 2D generation, content removal, just contact me. Now going to the last part, which is media provenance. So the third area that we work on is all about protecting content, protecting creators, and protecting provenance. The first method I will talk about is called My Art, My Choice. So I think it was also mentioned in the morning session that all these artists are suing Midjourney, suing stability, and because their data was used against their will, against their consent. And because of that, their art has been replicated. So all of these stop AI symbols are actually on an online platform that artists created so that they can actually make their stance. So in My Art, My Choice, the motivation is simple. How can we break diffusion models? How can we break generative AI models? Whatever guidance that is given to them, like text-based guidance, in-painting-based guidance, style-based guidance, or like personalization, can we actually make the input image protected so that the output is basically trash, okay? So we actually do that with My Art, My Choice. If you look at the first row, these are the original images. And in the third row, you will see that when we give it to stable diffusion for image-to-image translation, it actually replicates. It steals style, it steals faces, it steals content. But if we actually learn a protected version of the image, which is the second row, which is very similar to original image, I hope you don't see any dissimilarity between first and the second rows. When we give that protected version to stable diffusion, in the last row, it breaks, right? You see that there's like those squiggly blue lines on top of the image, or in the third column, you will see that the colors are broken or faces are broken. The image is super noisy and different from the original image. The style is gone. Even the trees in the last image is gone. So My Art, My Choice breaks stable diffusion's generation model by protecting the image. It is a generative model by itself. It learns to keep the original and protected as close as possible, and their stable diffusion outputs as far as possible in terms of content, in terms of style, and in terms of noise space. So we want also the output to be as noisy as possible. One last thing that I want to say about My Art, My Choice. So we actually did a artist study with My Art, My Choice, and we asked 102 artists about whether our protection amount is helpful and whether our distortion amount on their content is acceptable. And 98 out of 102 artists actually say that they want to use my art, my choice. They see it as a valuable protection layer on top of their art. They see it as a way that they can technologically protect their content. We have other approaches under trusted media provenance space. So we have my voice, my choice, which is, I guess, at this point, obvious that it is protecting voices and audio against like voice cloning approaches. And we also have privacy preserving face transformation so that we can protect the ID without actually swapping your appearance as much. We are working on many other things, and we are a research-heavy team, so we have many collaborations with universities and other companies. If you are interested in any of these to work with me, just like let me know. My contact information is here. All the data sets, all the papers, all the research that I mentioned is already published, so you can easily find them out. And thanks for the invitation. 감사합니다.
네, 오늘 일케 데미르 선임 연구원
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
네, 이렇게 오늘 발표를 해 주셨고요. 저희가
Let me make a housekeeping announcement. We found a cell phone at the ladies' room. Maybe someone in the audience lost it. We are storing it at the receptionist desk for your information. Now let me invite the next speaker, CEO Choi from MarkAny. The title of his presentation is Expanding the Role of Invisible Watermarks from Copyright Protection, Data Security, and High-Speed Watermark Technology to Combat AI-Generated Video, Image, and Audio with Malicious Intent. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you. My name is Choi. I'm working for MarkAny. Can you put up my slides? Once the PPT slides are on screen, we are going to begin with the presentation. Please be patient with us.
바로 시작되는군요. 예, 반갑습니다.
Okay, it's me again. It's good to see you. The title of my presentation is quite long, so you may seem to think that this is a difficult topic, but I will do my best to make this presentation interesting. Before I start the presentation, let me give you a brief introduction of my company. I'm not doing this for publicity, but just for your information, let me introduce you my company. This is the motto of my company. We are trying to protect the country, its people, and its customers. And this company was founded in 1999. This was founded by a professor, and our area of expertise is forensic watermarking, which is a key word today. Even if you have never heard of MarkAny, it is quite sure that you would understand that MarkAny is a company doing watermarking applications. We are about 30 years old, so I'd like to show you this business lineup. We started with copyright protection technologies, but our business have expanded into the areas of internal threat management, and watermarking has been used for many applications, which I will elaborate on later slides. As I said, my company was founded by a professor, so we have a group of PhDs and master degree holders, and we applied for about 500 patents, and about 150 out of them are related to watermarking. And I have 3 topics today. First, I'd like to tell you about the invisible watermarking. And I will share with you some examples, and there must be some use cases that are not familiar with you. There are 6 types of watermarking applications that MarkAny is using, but I will show you 3 out of them today. The second topic is an idea of why forensic watermarking is difficult. Some people say it is easy to make watermarking, but it is relatively easy to make watermarking, but it is difficult to make a good watermarking. And lastly, I'd like to share with you our R&D findings on watermarking. Specifically, I'd like to show you high-speed watermarking techniques. And there are 3 use cases, and this is one of them. And this is watermarking is a 30-year-old industry, so you may be familiar with this use case. Let me give you a brief overview of watermarking. As you can see on the top right, a screen can be ripped and it can be recorded by a mobile device, and it can be leaked over what is called dark web. And Hollywood studios are closely monitoring leaked content, and they ask us to extract and detect watermark ID. And this is one good use case in the industry. And this technology is widely used by OTT providers, but it can also be used for documentation. Then you may ask why we have to use watermark. And those who are interested in content DRM would say content DRM is necessary, but it is not impossible to prevent it 100%. But there are some pain points because there is no way to find out exactly how much is infringed. And these two have been highlighted, and many customers and users say they want to find out who leaked the content. And some of our customers, maybe you think you want to find a user, but when music or a movie is created, different companies or subcontractors should work together. So a drummer from a subcontractor can be involved in the process, and a movie studio can be involved in the process. And in that process, content can be leaked. And the last use case is about SaaS, an original content creator wants to prove that he or she is the original creator. And to prove that, watermarking can be used. One of the most frequently used use cases is to track end users and to track subcontractors or contractors or suppliers. I use different colors, but blue doesn't necessarily mean the most important customer for us. Every customer is important for us. And these customers in blue, they used to be our key customers. As you know, watermark technology is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of won. But MarkAny recently introduced an affordable version of watermarking technique, and this is widely used for different platforms. I will give some use cases regarding this later. One of them is influencer platform. There are famous influencers, and there are platforms where those influencers make their posting, but these platforms were suspended for a while, and their fans, the influencers' fan, they have a group of fans, and those fans share the influencers' content with other people. So the influencers asked MarkAny to track that, and a warning mark was released. And the result was that the number of leaks decreased, and we earned the trust from the influencers, and this led to increased revenues. And this created a virtuous cycle of creating revenues. When we talk about watermark, many people often ask this question: is this a follow-up measure? Let's think about cops. Cops track suspects after a crime happens, but watermark works in reverse. It is used for prevention. Another use case is a dating app. The intention here is that when users share their personal information with someone, authorized people, they want to make sure only those authorized people have the personal information. But there is this problem where the personal information is leaked to somebody else that is not intended to have the information. So MarkAny helped these victims. Maybe this is just in Korea, as we can earn trust and reliability from the female customers. This led to an increase in our revenues as well. And there is a method. And for instance, watermark industry has been a 30-year-old industry, but as I said earlier, it's very expensive. But you don't necessarily have to use MarkAny only. But I'd like to say we have been working in this field for quite long. We wanted to make a general technique, so we are providing a watermarking in SaaS. And it is relatively affordable compared to conventional watermarking techniques. To be exact, the price is only 1/10 of the conventional approach, and our goal is to make the number 1/100th. And you can see there are many other technologies available in the market.
좀 짧은 동영상인데
It was a short video. You saw cropping and scribbling. The message I'd like to deliver was well presented by scribbling, and I will give you more details later. I will show you two more use cases. We have been working in information security industry for over 2 decades. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, remote work has been more universal, and watermark is on screen, but it is not visible. Your employees or people in your suppliers can take a picture of the screen with their own mobile phones. You can still trace the liquids by using watermarks, by using MarkAny's application. So when leakage happen, if you post that on our detection software, you can trace back the employee or the one responsible for the liquids identification. In theory, everything should be the same across all printers, but there are some defects. Standards are not followed, or there is a different level of toner. The last use case is under negotiation with a Korean generative AI supplier or service provider. And there are regulations introduced in EU and South California. And while working with this AI, a generative AI provider, is that high-speed watermarking technology is necessary. I think I'm going on time. I'm on right track. So this slide shows why it is difficult to have watermarking. And you can see these numbers. And these numbers represent a high level of quality. And this test is called GoldenEye test. And about half the size of this screen is a screen or display for experts, not a general or commercial screen. There is no window and there is no other equipment, and this is a screen used by Hollywood movie studios, and they look for whether there is a watermark trace. If there is a trace of a watermark, this cannot pass their criteria. And as you can see, this number SD is 0.8. As you can see at the bottom, the watermark should not be visible. If we want to compare functions or capabilities of different watermarking technologies, you can see the black gorilla in the screen. You can see the watermark logo is less visible, but in another screen, the watermark logo is more visible. This is a kind of deceiving techniques used by many watermark service provider. So what is the best way to compare capabilities of different watermarking technologies and ask watermarking providers to show the logo of a watermark? The idea is just simple. The industry is 30 years old, and for semiconductors, we know the theory of making or fabricating semiconductors. Once you pass the GoldenEye test, you will face 70 different types of attack tests. By attack, I mean editing and literally attacking. And I chose different samples because I cannot show you all of the 97 examples. One of them is a shaken video. This was recorded by a camcorder, and watermark dies every time there is an attack. So it is very important to keep it alive and make it survive the attack. And this shows how watermark is extracted. I'm approaching the end of my presentation. And once again, I'd like to ask, why do you think it's difficult to have a good watermarking technology? Invisibility is one, and it's a traditional challenge for generative AI watermarking. Speed matters. Speed is very important. I will tell you the reasons 2 slides later. If it takes too long, it will lead to increased costs. I will tell you more about it on later slides as well. Take a look at the highlighted area. This is how watermarking is added or embedded in a conventional way, and alpha second is added. And the key here is to minimize the alpha second. And the green area is what we researched. And most of our research focused on how to add or embed watermark by using AI. But generative AI doesn't offer the desired speed. Take a look at the yellow and the white columns. We used to use CPU to embed watermark. For example, to embed watermark into a webtoon, and it took about 0.3 seconds for 10 slides. And for 2 hour long movie, it takes about 1.5 hours. So we don't have a technique or application that makes it possible to embed watermark into a 2 hour long movie. But still, if you take a look at the green column, we have different GPUs and NPUs. We worked with the different NPU and GPU providers. And RPS 4060 was also used for our test. And 2 hour long video was created and watermark was embedded into it. And it took about 2.5 seconds. It's not perfect, but you can still wait for 2.5 seconds before watching a movie. So it is worth waiting. So my point is that we can provide our application for different GPUs and NPUs. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, please reach out to me via this email on this screen, and I will always happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much. It was CEO Choi from MarkAny. He introduced us the invisible watermark techniques.
We will begin the second session. In the second session, we will discuss the foundation of content creation, copyright protection technology. Let me invite the first speaker from NAVER WEBTOON, Mr. Chung will make a presentation on the importance of technological response to illegal distribution of webtoons. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 반갑습니다.
It's a great pleasure to meet with you all. I am from WEBTOON Entertainment's Korean corporation, NAVER WEBTOON. I am leading anti-piracy team. Recently, webcomic, the scroll-type webtoon optimized to mobile devices, have gained popularity, and we have also experienced the damages caused by piracy and illegal distribution of content. Let's have a look into details of the issue through my presentation. I'm going to talk about the severity of illegal leakage of webtoons, our response to these illegal distribution of content, our technological response, achievements, and conclusion. First of all, the severity of illegal distribution of webtoons. In Korea, if you look at the screen here, you will notice what this is. Just on the surface, it definitely looks like an illegal website. It is in a form of crime organization. It not just infringes on copyrights, but also posts content related to illegal gambling, pornographic advertising, and it harms even teenage users. So the preliminary illegal website conducts the copying and distribution of the webtoon content. This is the initial distributor of illegal content. While coming here in a subway train, I saw some people around me reading the webtoons through illegal websites, so I felt very frustrated. About 40% of the illegal copy market of Korea is dominated by an illegal website whose name begins with N. And in Korea, many of the webtoon platform contents are being distributed illegally. It has been very difficult to get the personal identification information of the website operator, and we have had difficulties in shutting down these illegal websites. If you look at the overseas illegal websites, they use interface that is similar to legal website, and many overseas readers do not acknowledge whether this is illegal or legal. In Korea, we have a large-scale illegal website. However, the overseas illegal website has much larger scale than that of Korea. For example, the preliminary overseas illegal website that directly uh, shares the NAVER WEBTOON illegally has grown very much, and the traffic of the overseas illegal website is much higher than the traffic of the official Webtoon platform. According to data announced by a Korean company, in 2022, the amount of damage caused by illegal distribution of content reached about 720 billion Korean won. And if you include the damages occurred through the illegal distribution of content in the overseas market, then the amount of damage will reach trillions of Korean won. We think that it is realistically impossible to perfectly eliminate illegal content, and it is not enough just to rely on the report and deletion of the copyright infringed contents. So we are taking more active measures to delay the timing of illegal sharing of the content. For example, we do our best to delay the illegal content sharing in the illegal website. And we're trying to discourage users from accessing or visiting illegal websites. In order to respond to the illegal website issues, we have to identify their ecosystem. We need to monitor the content shared on the illegal website, and we have to actively delete the illegally shared content. This is the very basic thing, and we need to do more. If otherwise, we cannot make any difference. First of all, we have to identify which is the original first preliminary website that directly distributes the illegal content. And we have come up with our own technological strategies to block the preliminary illegal website from sharing the content illegally. For example, by making technological response, we want to delay the progress of illegally shared episodes, and we will also mobilize legal measures, in other words, non-technological measures as well, to shut down the illegal website. I would like to talk about technological response to achieve our goals. These days, contents are illegally shared through the utilization of technologies that target vulnerabilities. Platforms like WEBTOON service providers have to raise the hurdle to the acquisition of images by taking relevant security measures. For example, they need to provide dedicated application, not just web service, and they need to apply solutions like DRM, image encryption, or other measures against falsification or hacking. In order to delay the timing of illegal sharing of the content, we developed Toon Radar system. Toon Radar is our internally developed system against piracy activities. From July 2017, we have used this system to track and block the users who illegally distribute our Webtoon content. Toon Radar applies pre-blocking technology and post-blocking technology. Pre-blocking technology is to insert an invisible mark on the Webtoon image and extract or block the the original, the person or entity that share the content illegally. And we believe that one of the beginning point, one of the very basic thing to prevent illegal sharing of the content is to apply watermarking. So this post-blocking, which means that we block the illegal content sharing after such an incident happened, includes our technologies to predict the illegal sharing of content in advance. Toon Radar uses AI watermarking, where when image is distributed, there are potentially possible attack points in the process of distributing the image. This AI watermarking is trained in a way to survive various types of attacks like blurring, noise, JPEG compression, color quantization, and so on. Through watermarking, we can uncover the person who leaked the content illegally. We can also block such users. These are all follow-up actions. So by using watermarking, we can uncover those who leaked the content illegally, but this is the action that is conducted once the incident happens. But we need to take proactive, preemptive measures as well. The pre-blocking feature of Toon Radar is called sniffing dog. It refers to the watermarking that predicts and blocks the leakage of our content illegally. The Toon Radar consists of Toon Mark and Sniffing Dog. So Toon Radar consists of both the post-blocking technology and pre-blocking technologies. But however excellent a tool might be, you have to apply this to your actual business cases and create best practices. So we are implementing this. Next, I would like to explain about the results of our technological response. By applying Toon Radar technology, we delayed the timing of illegal sharing of content and minimized the number of WEBTOON contents that are illegally shared. As of October this year, only 18% of our WEBTOONs in the NAVER WEBTOON platform are shared immediately illegally upon their release. And for the rest of them, we widen the distance between the release of the cartoon and the illegal leakage of the cartoon by a cycle of 3 episodes. If you consider the amount of damage occurred through the piracy activities, there's the huge amount of damage. So it is essential to apply this kind of technology. The number of preliminary illegal websites in Korea that initially leaks or shares the NAVER webtoon was about 106 illegal websites for the past 7 years. However, after we applied the Toon Radar technology, the number of such illegal websites reduced to only 2. In Korea, website whose name begins with N has positioned itself as the largest illegal website that illegally distributes our NAVER webtoon content. And there are many other secondary or tertiary websites that take the illegally shared content from the preliminary illegal website and distribute it to their own users. In the overseas markets, there are thousands of illegal websites that actually share the webtoon contents on our platform illegally. So there are so many illegal websites that it was difficult to evaluate the achievement of our Toon Radar technology applied to these websites. If you look at the website located overseas that used to share content of our webtoon illegally, you can see some responses from those illegal community members saying that it has become very difficult to extract image from NAVER webtoon, and many of them are looking for someone who could have NAVER webtoon account. So these comments reflect that it has become more difficult for illegal overseas websites to extract our webtoon content. And so the amount of economic value we achieved by applying Toon Radar amounts to about 200 billion to 300 billion Korean won. So conclusion is that it's important to apply technological measures to respond to these issues, it is also important to raise awareness on the importance of deleting copyright infringed content. And it is also important to shut down illegal websites and create best practices where the illegal website operators are held accountable for what they did. Thank you very much for your presentation. He said that while coming here on his in the subway, he saw a person reading the NAVER WEBTOON through an illegal website. So we should remember the importance of enjoying the content through legal channels.
한번
Now, let me invite the second speaker in session 2, Eric Diehl, Vice President of Security and Media Technology at Sony Pictures Entertainment, will deliver the second presentation. He's going to make a presentation via a video. So if you need a translation, please use the translation earpiece. The topic of the presentation is content protection, trends, and challenges. Let's meet him throughout the video.
My name is Eric Diehl. I am VP Security on Media Technology at Sony Pictures. For more than 3 decades, I have studied content protection and designed many systems. I published many papers on 2 books on the topic. I am honored to share with you some views of the current trends in content protection as well as the future challenges I foresee. I hope that you will enjoy this talk. But first, let's start with a cautionary note. Content protection is complex. Content protection is like a stool. It has 3 legs. The first leg is obviously the technological leg, but the second one is about business, whereas the third one is legal. If one of the legs is missing, then all your system collapses. Nevertheless, this talk will focus exclusively on the technological part. In the recent years, there have not been many new evolution in standards on commercial solutions. Mainly the practitioners are focusing on writing guidelines to help making more secure implementation on deployments. Nevertheless, there are some new trends. We will focus on 3 parts. The first part will be about controlling the access to the content. The second part will be about tracing back. Whatever we are doing, there will be leaks. And it's important to trace back to the leak source. On the third part, we'll examine some of the current new challenges. Let's start with controlling access. Control access is about encryption. Content protection is usually either software-based or hardware-based. In the case of a software-based implementation, the encryption is, of course, purely software. In order to avoid the key to be extracted from there, we are using white box cryptography. The goal of the attacker is, of course, to find this key either inside the code or in the memory, because at one moment it will be in use. The threat model of white box cryptography is, first, that the attacker has full control of the platform. Second, that the attacker has full access to the binary code. Thus, the attacker can reverse engineer, put breaking points, and examine as much as he wants in order to extract the keys. How does white box cryptography work? A white box cryptography implementation is always for one given key. Instead of calculating on the fly some values, these values are stored in advance in lookup tables. And furthermore, these lookup tables are randomized to make them more difficult to find and use. And there is an addition of an additional layer which is based on code obfuscation in order to make reverse engineering more difficult. Let's face the truth, white box cryptography is about black art. Where are we today? CHESS, an important cryptographic conference, is regularly organizing competitions. Teams are proposing implementation of an algorithm, whereas other teams try to break them and extract the keys. In 2017, the target was AES-128 encryption. None of the proposed implementations survived more than 28 days. Even some implementations were broken in less than 2 hours. 2 years later, same target, AES-128, but their one academic implementation survived the competition, whereas all the others were broken. In 21, Chess decided to change the target and proposed to use ECDSA. There, all the implementations were broken in less than 2 days. This year, in September, the same competition occurred. Now, all the implementations were broken in less than 6 days. So, some enhancement. In a few years, we will see if the trend of enhancing the robustness will increase. It is interesting to note that no commercial solution was publicly submitted. They may be among the competitors, but not as with the name of their company. The second trend is attacking the hardware by laser injection, fault injection, or these kind of things. It requires very expensive equipment, going up to several $100,000. At Black Hat, this year, a very interesting paper was presented. According to me, it was the best one. Its title was Laser Beams on Light Streams, Letting Hackers Go Pew Pew, Building Affordable Light-Based Hardware Security Tooling. For less than $500, this team of NetSP, using 3D printers on a commercial laser pencil, were able to create fault injection attacks. This kind of equipment today requires, as I said previously, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now they were available at $500. The cost has been reduced. Nevertheless, they still need a lot of skill and knowledge to succeed. The team must know how to depassivate a chip, know how to examine the layout of a chip, find the right place where to put the injections, and examine. It requires a lot of skill. This has not been reduced. Nevertheless, the attacks are now more affordable. We'll see what we will have in the future. In the recent years, we have seen quantum computing making the headlines. A quantum computer is a computer which is using quantum phenomena like superposition or entanglement. They are able to solve some kind of problems faster than conventional computers. Why is it an issue for security? In 1994, Shaw designed an algorithm under the hypothesis that there would be a perfect quantum computer that broke current crypto system based on factorization, meaning that all our RSA, Diffie-Hellman, or elliptic curve cryptography would be broken at this time, definitively broken. 2 years later, Grover published another paper where it exhaustively attacked against symmetric encryption. What he designed with this algorithm was to be able to reduce the size of the attacks on the number of research by a factor 2. That means AES-128 key robustness would be equivalent to the robustness of a 64-bit only. Meaning that in order to have the security of a AES-128, we would need to jump to AES-256-bit. Now, of course, there are work to create post-quantum computing cryptography using new hard problems to solve, for instance, lattices. NIST has already standardized this year 4 algorithms, 1 key sharing and 3 for digital signature. OpenSSH, in its version 0.9, has implemented 1 post-quantum computing algorithm, NTRL prime. Now, a very personal opinion. Should we push post-quantum cryptography in current or new content protection standards? The first question we have to ask ourselves is, when will this Armageddon occur, if ever it would occur? Sure, algorithm requires millions of qubits. A qubit is the equivalent of a bit. A logical qubit is a qubit which has 0 error. Currently, the best quantum computer have just around a few 10 qubits. So we are far away. It's why we have defined the concept of cryptographically relevant quantum computer. That means this kind of computer which have millions of logical qubits. The second question is, do we need that in content protection? If ever you have to protect secrets for 50 years, 70 years, yes, then you have to worry. You need to start to protect now your data. In the case of content protection, usually the lifetime of our secrets or our assets is a few years. After that, their value declines. Thus, increasing the encryption, symmetric encryption by jumping to 256 should be most probably, according to me, sufficient. A third problem is the maturity of this algorithm. Currently, no hardware is supporting them. Second, they are not old enough to have serious studies on vulnerabilities, again, for instance, side channel attack, or vulnerable implementation. How do we make this implementation secure? So let's keep calm. Tracing back. Machine learning on watermark is a very interesting topic. Recently, new algorithms of watermark have appeared using GAN to be developed. So you have an encoder and decoder using GANs in order to increase the robustness. Nevertheless, in most of the paper, there are a few similar problems. They do not use advanced visual model. They use the noise ratio to evaluate the imperceptibility of the artifact inside their reward function. Unfortunately, noise ratio measures the quality of an image, but the quality of the image is not synonymous of invisibility of an artifact. There is a big question. How can we feed back inside this model the value of the golden eyes? Some people are very good at finding inside a picture these artifacts. How can we put that inside the machine learning? Nevertheless, one of the topics which is very interesting is the use of GAN to attack oracle attacks, making this attack devastating. An interesting topic also is to watermark in the encrypted domain rather than in the clear domain. For that, usually it's foreseen to use homomorphic encryption. What is homomorphic encryption? An homomorphic encryption for function f means that when applying function f to the encrypted text, once decrypted, it will be equivalent to the result of f applied to the clear text. So very promising. Unfortunately, watermark requires a lot of calculations and thus requires what is called full homomorphic encryption. Today, full homomorphic encryption is going 1 million times slower than normal encryption and is far large. So today, it's not yet mature for watermark. Let's jump to the challenges. The first interesting technology is blockchain, for many years and now around. Many startups claim to have solved the problem of content protection using blockchain. Usually, they use smart contracts to license content, to verify the licensing, to collect fees, and to distribute the royalties to the different stakeholders. That's nice in a lawful environment. Unfortunately, content protection acts also in an unlawful environment, and pirates do not care about lawful environment. Smart contracts are not necessarily the proper answer there. Furthermore, we are using digital right management to protect our content. No solution today interface properly blockchain, which have all the information in the clear, to DRM, which is based on secrecy. So there is still a lot of work to be done on this promising technology. For now, many years, and especially the last years, machine learning and AI have made the headlines. They are very promising. Unfortunately, the surface attack of machine learning has increased drastically. In addition to the typical attack of IT security, there are new kind of attacks that we will a little bit examine. For that, we'll start first to describe the system at very high level. It's a very simplified view. The objective is to build a model. For that, we use a data set for the training. We inject all the data set to build the model. Once the data scientists are happy, the model is ready and then can be used by injecting information to get outcomes. So, where are the new challenges? The first one is at the level of the data sets. Data sets have high value and must keep their integrity. So, it's important to trace their origin. It's important to protect their integrity against poisoning, for instance. It's important to filter out the bad actors or the bad information. It's also important to protect this data set against theft, because in case of specialized products, they have high value. It's the data set which makes the model. Once the model ready, it's important to be able to prove the ownership of the model. It's important also to avoid the model to be stolen by anybody. Furthermore, new kind of attack, which are called reverse attack, by injecting many prompts, are able to guess the parameters used by the model. So cloning a very similar model than the one you are using. And finally, more and more today, it's important to be able to trace when you have an outcome, first that the outcome was coming from the model, and furthermore, which model it was. One of the reasons of this trace back is that papers have demonstrated that if you are using data which were generated by your model inside your data training set, the quality of your model will degrade with time. Thus, it's very important to filter them out. What are the solutions? Blockchain may help at the level of the dataset training. They may register which data are licensed. They may register the use of the data. One of the important problems is also a licensor may need to verify that the data he licensed are used under the terms which were defined at the licensing time. Watermark is the most promising one. We may need watermark with payload in order to trace back the model or the ownership, but we may also need watermark without a payload, where just the presence of the watermark is important, for instance, to avoid the feedback inside the dataset. But this domain is not yet mature, and there is a lot of research which has to be done. Furthermore, obfuscation, code obfuscation, and so on, may be used also to protect against the theft of the models. This concludes my presentation. I hope you find it very informative. Thank you for having attended. If ever you have any question, please contact me by email. Goodbye.
It was Eric Diehl from Sony Pictures Entertainment. He's not here in person, but still, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
네, 이어서 세 번째 연습.
We will invite the third speaker to the stage. From INKA Entworks, Mr. Kim Junho, the product manager, will make the presentation. He will make presentation about the state of OTT content piracy and anti-piracy countermeasures. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am working as a product manager at INKA Entworks. Nice to meet with you all. Today, I will explain about the risks of illegal OTT content piracy and anti-piracy countermeasures. I will first of all introduce our company. INKA Networks was founded in 2000. The CEO of MarkAny said he has 30 years of history. Seems that our company has shorter history than MarkAny, but for the past 20 years, we have developed copyright protection technologies with our own expertise. We provide cloud-based SaaS service. First of all, there's content security solution named Pelican. We provide Pelican as SaaS. It includes freshwater marking and many other solutions for content copyright protection. We have another service named Exilin. It protects mobile application from hacking. I am working at the Pelican team. I am a code manager. My presentation is focused on these elements. First, I will talk about the types of piracy over OTT content. Then secondly, I will talk about how we can use DRM. Depending on the level of client security level, we need to apply different DRMs. And security has multiple layers, software security and hardware security. Software DRM has vulnerability. How can we make up for the vulnerability of software DRM? We could also use AI and machine learning to monitor piracy activities and respond to those issues. It's my personal story that when I become a presenter to make a presentation in the afternoon session, I am in an unfavorable position because the audience come to lose their focus. But here up on the stage, I can see that all of you are focused very well on my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm going to make this presentation as much interesting as possible. In the previous session, we learned about DRM and we learned about why we need watermarking. You already know about the content, so I don't need to explain in detail about those concepts, but I can move on to the key points of my presentation. First of all, let us learn about the types of piracy on OTT content. This is a news article. I screen captured the news article. In Korea, recently, there was a famous content. This is Culinary Class Show. Has anyone not yet seen this show? This is Culinary Class Show where the chef compete against each other, a Netflix show. But even this program was illegally leaked, and it became the target of piracy activities, and it was shocking to read this news. In Korea, Nunu TV, which is an illegal content sharing website which brought about serious problems to Korean society, the Korean government came forward to crack down on this website activities. However, they're still alive, and many other types of other second versions of this illegal website have been created. So this is a Netflix show. Everyone knows about Netflix. It is global top OTT service provider. In terms of content security, Netflix applies very strict and highly advanced technologies to ensure security. Also, one of the best practices in security industry are very well applied to the services of Netflix. But still, so Netflix has applied all the necessary security measures, including DRM, but still one of the shows on Netflix have been the target of piracy and was illegally shared. And why is this kind of problem happening? This is illegal VOD content distribution structure. First of all, there are various sources of information leakage. For example, people use camcorders. They take a photo of the image and illegally distribute it to other users. You can also extract the video image illegally. Sometimes individuals conduct piracy activities, but some other times organizations, groups conduct this piracy activities. For example, release group distribute illegal content through dark web. Torrent is also one of the famous platforms through which illegal content is shared. Or content uploaded in web part could also be illegally shared. People also use illegal streaming website to share the content illegally. There are illegal setups or add-ons which already contain illegal content. So once you buy the device, you can enjoy the illegally shared content there. This is one of the advertising done by this setup box sellers. A media management application named Kodi itself is not an illegal application, but some people or some organizations embed illegal content sharing feature onto this kind of platform. And security solution providers, you mainly are interested in how the release group on the very top of this structure release the illegal content through dark web. In the release groups, there are implicit rules that they follow. So they strictly follow their implicit rules. One of the implicit rules is that they have to specifically label on the file showing them how this content was leaked. For example, they have to specify the channel through which they illegally share the content. If you look at the table here, the white colored ones refer to the activities of people, for example, using their camera. They take the video image of, for example, the screen of the theater and share the video image illegally with other users. What we focus on is the yellow colored ones below, web rip and web download. These two are different from each other. In the case of web rip, they play the content on the streaming OTT, and when the content is generated through HDMI output, they capture or record this video. Although they could achieve high quality resolution, the quality of resolution is not as good as the original content. We're also focusing on the web download method. OTT streaming content is encrypted with DRM, but web download is a method that finds the key, the decryption key to the encrypted streaming content and extract the content and legally share the content with others. So in our opinion, if web download successfully is implemented, it means that the DRM password was leaked. Here, WebRip, WebDRM, or CAM, or many other methods are stipulated here. So here we stipulated different methods of piracy activities. We also have devices like HDCP that can bypass security scheme. If you use this kind of HDCP device, you can avoid the security rules and illegally share the content with others. Last year, a serious website case took place. This is called CDRM project website. There are information disclosed in the DRM content. Developers or anyone can access or make inquiry about the information, which includes insightful information like streaming address and server address of the general license or PSHA, which is related to the signal of the DRM. Such information can be copied, and if they enter the information onto the website, then they will ask for the license, and they decode the encrypted key inside the system, and they can decode the DRM, encrypted DRM there. This method is available on the website. It also is provided in the form of expanded Chrome. So this website makes it easy for people to extract encryption key. In order to extract the password key or encryption key, you need to have your official account in this platform. So they play the content in the process. They can get the DRM license related information. CDM here refers to content diffusion model. When this is hacked, you can get the key value of the DRM. This is a serious problem. However, here you can know the key, but by using the key and conducting decryption or decoding are not a simple job. So when we do the streaming of content, we have sliced files, and we need to go through a complicated process to actually decode the encrypted content and distribute it across different users. And we have a tool for extracting the password key within the license. So this commercial application named StreamFab is available in the market. If you run StreamFab, in the middle you see here, this is the Chrome browser, and the others include Windows or Mac application. Here it is running Chrome browser. So they can access the website, for example, Netflix like this. If they press the play content, they will see a pop-up window encouraging you to download a certain file. If you choose the level of resolution and choose to download the streaming service, then all the jobs including the decryption can be done by this tool. We have many other similar tools as well. Their name goes like this, OTT Service Downloader. Before going on to the next topic, whether it be Netflix or any other OTT content providers, I asked them whether they're using DRM, and they were using DRM, but still DRM leakage took place. And why is this kind of problem keeping happening? This is because clients have different level of security. As mentioned before, depending on the level of technologies enabled in client, for example, whether it is software DRM or hardware DRM, basically all the content from DRM is encrypted. So client, the final users, need to play this content. First of all, they have to decrypt the encrypted content. So the decryption key or decoding key is delivered through to the user based on the license. And if the DRM is implemented at the level of the software, they could have difficulties because there might be other applications running on the same platform. So this is how they can access the decrypted data sets. However, in the case of hardware DRM, so although it was explained in the previous session about how to make a good use of DRM, PC smart devices support hardware security level support. For example, in the case of TER, you can conduct decoding of content. And then it could implement much higher level security, higher than software, and it could prevent the content from being leaked. However, the problem is that this DRM does not work perfectly in all hardware environments. So we'd like to have a look at the software-based DRM and hardware-based DRM. Depending on the age of the model, some DRM does not support hardware. So we had to support as many end users as possible. In the client environment enabled by software, we need to establish this kind of scheme or system. I explained to you that we have best practice in this industry. What the best practice requires is that we need to limit the resolution quality of the contents we would like to share. In the software environment, we provide service up to 7OP, and for hardware DRM, we could offer a better quality resolution. And it also recommended us not to use the same key for encryption. If we use the same key, we could decode high resolution content. So we need to separate the key, and the quality of the screen should be different. Usually, when it comes to OTT streaming, you can conveniently you apply the adapted bitrate stream, where one content is applied to several tracks. If this is the software content that should be serviced for the software environment, they apply this concept for encryption. And going one step further, as for hardware DRM, we could enable better resolution quality, which could depend on the specific software or product characteristics. So this one is a simple way. However, there are some overlapping areas. Content is one here. The storage or CDM transmission cost would be included. We have a much more intelligent method, which is to use multi-key encryption. For each track, we can conduct the encryption with different keys. So when we provide content service, we apply software DRM, and regardless of the level of client security, all security models could be implemented. And you can also play this content in devices whose. However, I told you that this is the best practice. It means that it is not a perfect practice, but because there are two issues, we can apply software level DRM, which has a vulnerability in that it could be exposed to vulnerable environment. However, depending on the characteristics of the content or characteristics of the service, the situation could become different. Secondly, when we have hardware DRM, it is not 100% free from a hacking attack. Hardware DRM is often attacked by hackers, so we have to be careful. First of all, how can we ensure software DRM security? Recently, we prepared this explanation about our solution. You might remember the project you saw before. We have tools to extract the DRM keys. So they make requests about the DRM license. And we add additional encryption technologies here by using white box encryption technology with higher security level. So license request data is encrypted here. DRM license can be applied once after the license request was encrypted or not. And if so, depending on the case, we could refuse the publication or issuing the license. And the controlling the issuance of license is not the perfect method because the hackers could bypass this scheme. Although controlling the license issuance could solve the issues, but that's not the perfect solution. We will have to keep fighting against the attempt for piracy. So when this technology is not applied, you will see that the keys are returned like this. But if you apply license cipher, you cannot gain the keys here. So I've explained about how to make up for the vulnerability of software DRM. And we also have invisible forensic watermark. So how are we going to track and uncover the content that was illegally shared? By using forensic watermarking, we can get information about the end user or the entity that illegally shared our content. So after finding out who did this, we can block that person's account. And we have been around in this technology, in this industry for quite a long time. When there's content that was illegally shared, only content owners had the authority to respond to the leakage, and it is never easy to find out the origin of illegal piracy activities. But nowadays, if we get the metadata about the content service, we can find out the potential list of content of piracy or violations. If any links require deletion, we send a request for deletion to the relevant team. If it is YouTube, we ask YouTube to delete the contents. The same is true for CDM or ISP. And we enable this function automatically like the one we can see in SARS. So we can track and block the illegally shared content. If our watermark is applied, you can automatically extract the watermark information and make a report on that information. We're using two types of SaaS service. One is Epsilon, a mobile application security solution. When it is reverse engineered or hacked, the data will be leaked. So we offer Epsilon, the application security service, to detect routines or detect emulators, as well as anti-debugging. This is the last part of my slide. AI is such a hot topic these days, so we thought about using machine learning to monitor the possible attempts of piracy. There are potential areas where we can apply AI and machine learning, which is CDN leeching. CDN leeching is different from the type of piracy I showed you before in my presentation. Usually, the illegal streaming service provides its users with the illegally leaked DRM token information. And when the illegal user tries to use that token, we could monitor the token, and if there's no problem with the token, we could provide license, DRM license. Leeching is a service that creates revenue by relying on the OTT platform. CDN leeching is an illegal streaming that directly provides the content illegally to its users. And we need to recycle these tokens. So we look at the validity of the token to make a decision. And there will be also illegal users. In the case of Nunu TV, it had different methodology. In the case of CDN leaching type, the volume of damage is different from the previous forms of piracy. In the previous forms of piracy activities, the number of victims was relatively smaller. However, in the case of CDN leaching, it it brings about double challenges to both the OTT platform provider and to the users. So as CDN leaching causes double burdens and double costs, it's very important to detect the CDN leaching attempt and respond to this. By using data analysis or AI or machine learning models, we could check outliers. This is the concept. Not just the log data in the DRM server, but also content information are all collected by us. And we can extract their characteristics. The outlier detection machine learning algorithm includes this algorithm, autoencoder. It goes through compression and restoration to get the output value, and it compares the input value and output value. If the gap between the two is large, it means that it has a high probability of illegal leakage or usage of the content. So we could report on this to the client and proceed with the rest of the works in a normal way. So from the information we received, you can extract data and visualize the data onto a dashboard. Not just machine learning, but general data analysis can use this technology. This dashboard or email reporting are some of the ways we can use. It gives us a manual blocking tool, but if there are clear outliers, we can just shut down or block such attempts. Now, I'm going to talk about conclusion. Since COVID-19, whenever I have an opportunity to make a presentation like this, I always include this slide. COVID-19 pandemic is related to the illegal leakage of content. Do you remember what happened during COVID-19? First of all, we tried to protect ourselves. We wore masks. We were vaccinated. And how can this be compared with security solutions? We have software DRM, hardware DRM, application security solution that serve as the masks and vaccinations during COVID-19. But still, even if you wear a mask or vaccinate yourself, you've caught COVID-19, right? At least once. So we have to reduce the damage once the incident takes place. Just like this, content could be leaked even if we take all the security measures. So once the security piracy takes place, we have to analyze the data and conduct follow-up measures. We have to also take countermeasures. We have to detect machine learning based. We need to use machine learning to detect how the information was leaked. And we need to finally take an action. When you're infected with COVID-19 virus, you distance yourself from others and you receive the medical care for that. Just like that, if we experience the piracy and once we have victims of the piracy activities, we have to take countermeasures. we have to carry out anti-piracy measures. The protect, detect, react, these three are the very basic and essential processes we have to go through. Lastly, so far we've focused only on protection. We try to apply app security, we encrypted everything, but now the paradigm has expanded and we came to realize the importance of detection and reaction. So we decided to apply anti-piracy measures and forensic watermarking. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation.
팀의 발표까지 청해 들었고요.
That was the third speaker in session 2. Now I'm going to invite the last speaker of session 2. The speaker is from Meta. Research scientist Matthias Douze will make a presentation through a video. The presentation is in English, so if you need a translation service, please pick up one of the translation receiver. And please tune to channel number 1 for Korean. The title of the presentation is Image Copy Detection via Content Analysis and Watermarking. So now let us meet the research scientist via the video.
And I'm going to present our work on image copy detection via content analysis and watermarking. So a few words about me. I'm Matthias Douze. I've been at Facebook since 2015. I'm in the fundamental AI research team, and I'm working on similarity search with embeddings, unsupervised learning, image watermarking. And before that, I've been 10 years at INRIA and working on 3D reconstruction. So I'm going to talk about copy detection first the infrastructure part. So the first way you can do copy detection is by storing reference content. So you have a database, also called a bank, which is a collection of images with associated policies. So for example, you can have an image that when you recognize it, you want to take it down, or you want to escalate it to human review, or you want to have an exception for that image. So the automated processing means that incoming images are compared with the banked images, and when there's a match, the policy is applied. So for example, if we recognize the terrorist propaganda image, we apply some policy that's associated to that particular image. Or if we, for example, we have some white lists for artworks, and so if there's nudity in an artwork, we will still let it through due to that policy. So the other possible use of copy detection infrastructure is watermarking. So you can call the previous approach passive because you don't modify the content, and watermarking is an active approach because it does imperceptibly modify the image, and that modification carries information that can be recovered if the image comes back to the platform. So the applications are the controlled diffusion of images. It obviously applies when images or videos are posted and reposted on different platforms, when they go from Instagram to TikTok, etc. And it also applies to AI-generated content. So I'm going to talk about those two approaches in the following. So the first work that I would like to talk about is the self-supervised descriptor for image copy detection. So here are a few. So here I'm going to show a few examples of copies that we want to recognize. This is relatively mild copies with relatively mild transformations. So for example, this image here. So there's a change in the hue of the image, but otherwise the image is the same. And this is a Korean example where that has been edited millions of times. And in this case, the edits are not too strong, so the image should be recognizable. So the motivation of this work is more aggressive or strong image transformations, like having, for example, this image here that's converted into, inserted into a background where the background is largely dominant, and here the same. And this was a data set that we developed for a challenge where we needed to find 1 million images. So the approach that we focus on for image matching is through embeddings. So that means that we have this collection of images that corresponds to banked images, for example, and we compute embeddings from them. So embeddings means it's kind of characteristic vectors that each represent one image. And then the query is also mapped into an embedding, and then the matching boils down to just comparing those vectors. And comparing vectors is a very easy operation for a computer to do, and it can do it at large scale and via indexing methods. So what's the focus here is about how to compute those embeddings from images. And so usually what the method of choice nowadays is to pass it through a neural net. So in this case, it's a convolutional neural net. And then there's a special kind of pooling and several stages of normalization. And this gets us the image embeddings. And so what we found is that if we use embeddings that are trained, classical embeddings that are trained for image classification, for example, if we use ResNet 50 used for image classification, or the clip descriptors, that's very popular for that, the classification models are too invariant. So the embeddings will not be able to discriminate between an image that contains a bike in this position and another image of a bike in that position, just because the embedding just says there's a bike on the image, but that's not sufficient. And in the same way that it's not able to distinguish faces, and it's not able to read text. So to improve that situation, we start from, so we do a specific training of a neural net, and we use, as a baseline method, we use SimClear, which is a contrastive learning objective. And the objective is to make that an image and a transformed version of the image. So the image that is transformed with artificial transformations like cropping, rotation, etc. The embedding should remain the same. And for this, we use a contrastive and info-INCE loss. And what we want to do is to optimize this specifically for image copy detection. And so the stages that we add on top of SimClear, of this baseline method, is to do a generalized mean pooling. That's always important for exact image matching. It's to increase the blurring, and then it's also to add an additional linear projection. And this generates embeddings that are 512 dimensional. And we go from a baseline map of 13. Micro IP is the performance metric for the database. So we go from 13 to more than 30. So it's a strong improvement over the baseline. And so we're going to call this improved embedding, we call it SimCLR CD, copy detection. So the second thing that we need to do is to calibrate the descriptor distance, because basically by default, embeddings can be very good at ordering images with respect to a given query image. We can order the images and find the most similar ones. But in addition, what we want to do is to take decisions based on the threshold. So we know the distance between the descriptor vectors, and we want to compare the distance against threshold to take a hard decision. And so this requires a calibration stage. And so what we're using is a kind of regularizer, an additional loss that's going to calibrate it. And it turns out that if the amount of calibration that we apply here, which is given by the parameter lambda, is actually detrimental to the classification performance, but it improves the image matching performance. And so what we show is that this greatly improves the quality of the image matching. And so in the experiments that we did, we show that, for example, this query can be matched with our SSCD embedding extractor here, but SimClear, the baseline finds the wrong image, and here it's the same story. So you see that the transformations of the images are very strong. So that means that the images are almost not really exploitable anymore. But this is really to push the embeddings into their strongest use cases. So in conclusion, this is a contrastive learning approach, so that works well, and we need additional regularization so that it works. So this work is published, and also there's the code and the model is also open source. So now I'm going to talk about image watermarking. So this is a work where the idea is that we want to address image watermarking for AI-generated content, and the reason is because there are many possibilities to generate fake news, for example, from AI-generated images. And so the watermarking it consists in when you have some content, you apply some watermark to it, so the content looks almost the same, so it's slightly modified, but it's not visible to the naked eye. And then the image is published, and then it comes, it circulates over the internet, comes back to the platform, and then we can extract. We have an extractor of the watermark that tells us whether the watermark is present or not. So there are two types of watermarks. The first one is multi-bit watermarking. So that means that we, in addition to knowing whether the image is watermarked, we have a binary string that's associated to the content. So it's a kind of payload, a kind of ID for that image. And 0-bit watermarking means that you don't have a bit vector, but you only know whether the image was watermarked or not. And so multi-bit watermarking can be mapped to 0-bit watermarking by so if you have multiple bits, you can test if the number of bits in the watermark which are the same, and if that number is above a certain threshold, then you have pretty high confidence that that image is watermarked, and that's because of the statistics of random signatures. So we consider three criteria for watermarking. So the first criterion is that the watermark should be imperceptible. So the distortion must be as low as possible. Then the second criterion is the capacity. So the message to hide needs to, that's the bit string. So it should be long enough. And the more bits you want to embed in the image, the harder it becomes. And the equivalent in terms of 0-bit watermarking is to say that the detection should be very high confidence. And then the third arm of the trade-off is the robustness. So that means that watermarking an image, when it's transmitted and reproduced exactly, is actually very easy. So the challenge is to be able to watermark images, even if they are transformed, rotated, cropped, embedded into other images, and that's the kind of transformations that I showed for the passive methods as well. So, and basically it's a trade-off in the sense that if you don't care about one of the arms of the trade-off, then the problem becomes very easy. But in general, you have to find a kind of setting that optimizes between the three parameters. So how does watermarking with deep neural nets work? So the standard method, and which was popularized by the Hidden paper, consists in having an original image, and that passes through an embedder. So the embedder takes the message that has to be stored with the image, and it transforms the image to include that watermark, and then there's a kind of transformation that happens. So that's because it's re-encoded. It goes to other platforms. People download it and upload it again, and then the transformed image goes through an extractor, and the extractor extracts the binary message, and hopefully that binary message is close to the original message. So what we do when we train this process is that we have two kinds of losses that we optimize. So the first one is we want the watermarked image to be very close to the original image. So we have so that's the perceptibility loss, and then we want the message that's extracted to be close to the watermarked image. And at training time, we also apply image augmentations to train the embedder and the extractor to be resilient to this kind of augmentations. So we kind of know which augmentations we're going to see at when we actually use that watermark, and so we take those into account at training time. So now, what do we do with generated content? So the example of Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion is a Gen AI image generator. So it's fully open sourced, and and actually there is some kind of watermarking that's included in the open source release. So which means that the images are first generated and after that they are watermarked. So that means this is what we call post-hoc watermarking. So the watermarking is not included at training time. It's not included at model training. It's not included in the model inference. It's included when the image is generated and before it's released. The problem is that since this model is open source, the watermarking code, or the location where the watermarking is applied, is actually known. It's you can see it in the code, so it generates the image and then it encodes, it adds the watermark, and then it saves the image. But if the user doesn't have an incentive to watermark his image, for example, to hide the fact that that image was generated by a neural net, then it can the user can just comment out or remove the line that adds the watermark to the image, and then that's a very easy way to remove the watermark. So how are we going to avoid this? So what we do is that in this work stable signature, what we do is that we, instead of inserting the watermark after the generation of the image, we do it during the generation of the image. And this makes it much harder to remove. It works in this open source scenario where the person who generates the image actually has access to the images, and it's very fast. So for this we need to go a little bit into how the stable diffusion, which is a latent diffusion model, is able to generate the images. So a diffusion model starts from a noise image, and then it's doing several iterations where it kind of resolves that noise until it obtains an image map that goes through a decoder, so an image decoder, and that maps to the actual image. So the diffusion model itself is we're going to keep it frozen. So for example, we can use stable diffusion and we keep that frozen. But what we add is we are going to replace the original decoder here. We replace it with a watermarking decoder. And so and we do this by fine-tuning the decoder before we distribute it. So we know what is the binary signature that we want to embed in the original decoder, and we fine-tune it to actually obtain that watermark. So then comes the question, how do we do this part? So how do we do the extraction and the fine-tuning? So the first thing is that we're going to train a standard watermarking embedder and extractor, like this here, a post-hoc embedding and extractor, except that we're not going to use the embedder. So that one goes to the trash bin, and we just keep the extractor. And then we keep that extractor frozen, and we just watermark this part here. So we have a watermarking loss, like when we train a post-hoc watermarking. In the watermarking loss, we fine-tune the decoder to produce that watermarking signature. And so, in addition, this is very quick because the decoder is not so large. It takes about 1 minute on one GPU. And so yeah, and in addition to that, we still apply an imperceptibility loss. So we make sure that the new decoder is not, or the images generated by the fine-tuned decoder are very close to the images generated by the original decoder. So what we obtain here is interesting. So here we see this is the false positive rate against the true positive rate. So for example, if we the false positive rate is 10 to the minus 8, so that means that we accept one false positive out of 100 million detection results. then we are in a regime where we have a true positive rate. So we catch about 80% of the images when the transformations are relatively hard. So that's what we call combined. And so in this plot, what's also interesting is that there are also forensics methods. So that's decoders of AI generated content. So classifiers that attempt to predict whether an image was generated by an AI. And this is the performance level of those methods. And so you see that the watermarking, so this is a passive method and watermarking is an active method. And you see that the active method is at least 2 orders of magnitude more accurate than a passive method. So a few words about the generation quality. So here it's the original, this is what's generated by the original model, and this is what's generated by the watermarked model. So you see that there are very slight modifications, and this is the difference, which is, of course, it's enhanced because in reality it's very hard to see the difference between the two. Okay, so as a conclusion, I presented 2 approaches. So one passive and one active that apply to different use cases, whether you can modify the image or not. So we are always so it's a space where there are lots of trade-offs. So we have to take care of the trade-offs. It's also an adversarial space because the people who generate the images, the people who download and repost the images don't have the interest to be detected. And so that's a bit of the context. And so I would like to thank all the people who have contributed to those works, and in particular Pierre, Ed, Hervé, etc. Okay, thank you very much.
It was Douze from Meta. This brings us to the end of all presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give the presenters another big round of applause.
네, 이번 컨퍼런스를 마치기 전에 현장과 온라인으로 함께하고 계시는 참석자 여러분들의
We would like to ask you to participate in our satisfaction survey. Please fill in the satisfaction survey form you can get by scanning the QR code. We will reflect your comments and improve our conference for next year. If you participate in our satisfaction survey, we will give you coffee gift voucher. All the ideas and discussions we had today will be truly helpful for building a more robust ecosystem for copyright protection technologies. We would like to ask for your continued support for and cooperation with each other in this ecosystem. Thank you very much.
In the small world.